I was muted. Sorry. Sorry. Off to a great start today. Hello. Good to see you all. Welcome to like the 4th day. Sotek has tried to fix his sleep schedule and failed utterly. I hope you're all doing well. We're gonna have a little bit of chit chat before we get into it. But I hope everyone's doing great and you're all having a lovely time. Hologon, thank you for the 60 months, dude. That's 5 goddamn years. That is crazy. I bet you are tired, man. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Sion. Hello. Okay, let's say hi to everybody who's here. We always gotta do our greetings right at the beginning to give special thanks to the people that show up right at the start. So, good evening, morning, or afternoon, wherever you may be in the world, to all of our lovely people here. We got Hawk, of course, Living Legend. Good to see you, Sir Cupcake the Unworthy. Razor Dragontail, Lich Lord Chris, good to see y'all. Bioflet, thank you for the super chat. Best wishes to the Law family. Yeah. Y'all, of course, may have noticed that we have not been doing Lorebeards for about the last... Well, we haven't done the fantasy Lorebeards for about the last 2 weeks, including today. Unfortunately, Andy's dealing with a pretty severe family illness. So... yeah, it's not good. So whether you're just someone that's into the sending of good vibes, or you're someone that's whether you're religious or have something, whatever it is you may be into, if you could send whatever positive vibes and good feels and prayers or whatever it is you may feel in Andy's direction, I'm sure the Law family would appreciate that. Andy himself is okay. It's just unfortunately family stuff. But Sion, of course, good to see you. Corn Shima, hello. Godric the Grafted, hello. Fried Weeb. Also, this is new to me. Am I allowed to ask Warhammer Fantasy questions in Final Fantasy XIV chats? Yes, we encourage it even. The nice thing about Final Fantasy XIV is it's a very chill game. So we have a really easy time chatting about literally whatever while playing, particularly when we're doing like dailies and stuff. Obviously, if we're like in like a cutscene and there's a lot of story dump happening, then that will take precedence because we'll want to get to the scene. But other than that, we just casually chat about whatever. And I'm doing well. I'm doing quite well today. I wish my sleep schedule was normal. I unfortunately have been going to bed way too late and sleeping through most of the sunlight of the day. But I'm still getting stuff done. Took Sadie out on a really big walk and we had a good time. I might post that video on socials just for fun because she's very hard to see in the dark. Biofoot, is your sleep schedule fucked because of the Dark Carnival or the Fishmen? Neither. Mostly, for whatever reason, I have a very easy time sleeping when the sun is out compared to when it's not. I don't know why, it just is. Which, if I lived alone, it would be fine. I could just do whatever. I don't. And there are people that depend on me to get things done. So I kind of have to like stumble awake and like go do a whole bunch of things. In a perfect world, I would get up and stream in the morning and then go do things in like the late afternoon. But I'm not a smart man. Shady Spinach, good to see you. Hello, welcome to the stream. Sky Wampa, hello. Don't know if I say I may have missed you ever. Tech 27. World 777, you must be a vampire count? Nah, I'm a little too fleshy to be a vampire count, I think. You are Flatline, weird necromancy person in the server. You're not weird. You're fine, you're all good. Morning Firestorm, hello, how are you? And Bioflip, thank you for the 50 months. Skywampa, thank you for the 15 months. I appreciate it, guys. Support is good. Man, I spent too much money on a TCG. And I'm like, oops. I've been having so much fun playing Union Arena and like getting out of the house and seeing my buds going to like card game tournaments and stuff. But Yeah, the holidays are finally all...
You bring token
Everything is settled down.
front.
Everything
Yes,
is
yes.
calmed down.
Good.
The next thing I have to worry
I've
about is
set your
literally my
offering
birthday.
For Motor
Which hopefully I don't have to worry that much about.
At Sign of the Emperor 1,240 donated 30 Australian
Hey,
dollars
Simon,
and
thank you.
99 cents through Super Chat. Do you think it's a viable possibility for the Greenskins to get 2 more DLCs? Standard LP for Tinet and the Forest Goblins. Character pack for Gorfang.
Gorfang and any last miscellaneous stuff like Snotling Swarms. I think it would be... I don't know right now. I think it's going to depend on how popular the End Times is and how well that DLC goes off. Oh, well, okay. I think it's going to depend on how popular the Cathay DLC is and how popular is the idea of a mini pack. Like, are people like, oh my god, this was the best thing ever and it's such good value and it sold a bunch of copies? Or was it kind of like a sleeper? So I think it sort of is going to depend on how the Cathay DLC does. And then I think it will also depend on how the End Times DLC does. If Total War Warhammer is just making gangbusters, then I think they're going to continue exploring every nook and cranny, which means that I think you're very, very likely to see the Greenskins get a considerable amount of additional content, which would probably result in us getting Tenant Four Eyes and a Forest Goblin focus pack. Gorfang Rotgut, I honestly see as being more likely as a free DLC than a DLC character. I would love for the Greenskins to get multiple DLCs because they do have the largest roster in Warhammer, but a lot of that roster revolves around characters and like all the different variations of the characters. And I don't know if the devs are going to put them all in the game. I would like them to. I think if Chaos can have the silly amount of character options that they do, it's perfectly fine for the Greenskins to have the silly amount of character options that they do. But we'll have to wait and see on that. Do you think there will be any Cathay changes with the mini pack? I'm not... I think there might be some small ones. I think there might be some small changes that slip in with Grand Cathay's mini pack. The original plan, or the original focus, was supposed to be Neferata with a vampire count update. Since that has been postponed until the summer for Nagash and the End Times, I hope that they'll do the same thing just with Cathay. So I hope it's Grand Cathay with a bit of a faction rework. Not like intense, because I don't think they need an intense one. But if they could at the very least take another look at the Great Bastion. Actually, okay, if it was up to me, right? It's not. But if it was up to me, what I would really want them to do is I would want the Great Bastion to only be a Miao Ying mechanic. So, like, make the Great Bastion as a system exclusive to Miao Ying. But maybe you could make it like the Empire, where if another Cathay character takes over a Great Bastion slot, they then get access to the mechanic. You know, just like how the Empire... if you're playing as Volkmar, you don't have access to some of the Empire mechanics until you take over territory in the Empire. So, like, something like that could be really fun. And I'd really love to see Zhao Ming get an alchemy mechanic. If he could get an alchemy mechanic, that would make me super happy. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Who's more cursed, Sail or Queek? In terms of, like, lorebeards, definitely Sail. In terms of, like, literally any other metric, Queek. I feel like Miao Ying should start with control of one portion of the Great Bastion. I mean, they could do that. If I mean, especially if they make it into a mechanic that's exclusive to her, or they make it a mechanic where you have to own part of the wall to have access to it, then it could make sense to have her start with one section of it. But it does, I mean, it also gives her, like, kind of a nice, easy, like, early bad guy, to be like, oh, you know, part of the bastion has been destroyed, so you gotta go clean it up. It makes a very good early system. But that's probably the only major stuff I would change. Like you could maybe do a little bit of fine tuning on the compass directions, to bring them a little bit more up to snuff with, how the game is developed. But everything else I think feels pretty good. Like I'd like the Great Bastion to feel meaningful and a bit more exciting. I'd like Miao Ying and Zhao Ming to feel like they have their own unique gimmicks. And then other than that, you know, just add stuff. Who am I gonna play in Total War Warhammer 40k? Probably Eldar. Yeah, I'll either play Eldar or Orcs. Those would be my go-to factions based on the Total War Warhammer ones that they have
You bring token
revealed.
to give to Throt. Yes, yes.
A super special
Good,
epic
good.
fate with unique
I
rewards has
accept your offering
spawned in
for
a place I haven't discovered
Mulder
yet. I love that. Thanks,
At
chat.
Sign of the Emperor 1,240 donated 30 Australian
thank you,
dollars
Sign.
and 99 cents to
All
a
right,
super
y'all ready to
chat.
get started today?
Something fun is that
let's
certain
knock
characters
out our
in Sith
dailies
and
first
Warhammer
to
3
just
share
give
voice
people
actors.
time. Anyone
I'm
that
looking forward
really
to
wants
seeing
to
if
show
you
up at the
notice
stream,
them
time to
and
show
what you
up.
think. There's two particular.
I think we do y'all want to do? Do y'all think we should do the dragon, the lancer? What am I? What the fuck am I? Having such a brain fart right now. The Dragoon. Do you think we should do the Dragoon storyline today? Do y'all want to do that today, or would y'all rather do side quest and then get straight into main story quest? Simon, thank you for the super chat. Something fun is that certain characters in Final Fantasy 14 and Warhammer 3 share voice actors. I'm looking forward to see if you notice them and what you think. There's two particular examples to look forward to in Endwalker. Yeah, I'm getting excited for Endwalker. I was hanging out with my IRL buds who have been playing like card games with lately, and one of them was like, he was asking where I am in the game because he's really excited for me to get to Endwalker. The Devils. Thank you for the howdy. Hope you're doing well. What's the best flavor of Faygo? I don't know what that is. I have never had this Faygo you speak of. All right, let's get the game up. Yeah, because I don't think the Dragoon storyline will be that long. Because like the Dark Knight one wasn't too bad. Because we like blitzed the Dark Knight one. So we could, you know, let's go ahead and just knock out the Dragoon storyline. Let's do that first. We'll hit that. We'll knock that out first.
I accept
and then
your offering for Mulder Clan.
After that, we'll
At
do our
Sign of the Emperor
dailies.
1,240 donated
And then
7
after
Australian
that, we'll
dollars
do
and
main story
99
quests.
cents
But
through
I'm
Super
anticipating
Chat.
a pretty long
I'm
stream
looking
tonight.
forward to that soon upcoming Malagor challenge campaign. Maybe you can tell everyone the parameters we set up for it.
Yeah, yeah, sure. I mean, we can talk about that real quick. So yeah, like Simon said, now that Total War has kind of calmed down a bit, I've been doing a lot of Total War with like other content creators. I'm not sure if we're playing with Miwa tomorrow. I think we're playing with Miwa tomorrow, but I haven't heard from her, so we'll see. But you know, I've been teaching a lot of VTubers, especially how to play Total War. But I'd like to get back to playing Total War by myself and doing some like challenge campaigns. So I need to make a fancy, not a fancy, but like a goofy little thumbnail for it. Of that, I'm gonna do the first challenge campaign I've done in an age. Which, after some hemming and hawing about it, we're gonna do a Malagor campaign. And the goal is basically to do a birds thing of taking an army of like all flyers except for the starting hero. So like you get the starting hero for Malagor, who's a unique hero that's like a Bray Shaman that's in a Minotaur's body or whatever, or like his soul possesses a Minotaur. I forget. It's a Minotaur with like two souls in it, and one of them's a Bray Shaman. But the goal is going to be to play through the campaign and run around destroying a lot of specific places while only using the singular army and also taking an army that's almost entirely made of flyers. Which, like, 19 out of 20 units are going to be flying around. Which is going to actually be very fun now, especially because we're dealing with, or now that we have the Praeton in the game and the Chimera, you really have all the big flying beasties of the Beastmen. So I think it'll be a good time. It'll be a good way to sort of make the campaign difficult in kind of a unique way. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. But we're probably going to start that this week at some point. We'll kind of see where the days take us. Godric the Grafted, do you believe in aliens or ghosts? I would say the way I would phrase it is I feel like it is borderline impossible that there is not life somewhere else in the universe. So in that sense, I would say I believe aliens are real, of that the universe is so unfathomably large that there's probably alien life out there, almost assuredly. Now, the odds of us bumping into it, I think, are also hilariously small, and I don't think I believe that there are aliens, like, active on Earth or have ever been to Earth. Ghosts? I would say no, not really. I don't think I believe in ghosts. I do believe that there is some... I deeply hope... believe, I don't know is the right word. But I deeply hope there's some form of an afterlife. Because I think it'd be kind of lame to go through life and then it's just nothing. That seems as unlikely to me as the idea that we could even exist in the first place. But what that is, but yeah, there you go. All right, so without further ado, let's do the Dragoon storyline for Stormblood. We haven't seen Albrecht since a good while ago in Heavensward. Friends through Eternity. So this will be, I think it's like 5 quests. Let's see what good old Sir Albrecht has to say. Ah, Dalcarius! Word of Estinian's disappearance from the infirmary has reached mine ears. Ah, okay, so this will be good. So, Estinian, yeah, because Estinian does vanish at the end of Heavensward, or we see him, like, leave his equipment behind, and then he, like, wanders off as just some guy. Basically being incognito without all of his armor on. So, maybe this will be us pursuing him. Whilst part of me is quite capable of sympathizing with his desire to abandon the Holy See, I do wish he had said something ere his departure. But then, I suppose it is only to be expected. With Needhog slain, the Horde's ranks have fallen into disarray, and they are not the threat they once were. Ishgard has scant need of an Azure Dragoon. Suffice it to say, one would imagine the role of the Dragoon shall similarly be forced to change, as we enter this new era of relative peace. However, whilst you may have saved Destinium from the Great Worm, my mind is yet plagued by Hastane's internal strife. May Halone lend her the strength needed to shake free from the dragon blood's fierce grip. Yeah, and so this chick was the girl that got infected with dragon blood, and was trying to suppress it, and we tried to convince her to come back, and she refused and basically wandered off. Hippopotamus, good to see you. Oh, it's her dad. You're looking quite well, Sir Albrecht, and Master Dalcarius. It's a pleasure to see you too. Lord Montagues. It's probably yeah, we'll go with Montagues. Dalcarius and I were just speaking of your daughter. A daughter of mine is, in fact, why I've sought you out. I was recently handed a letter by a merchant that had passed through the Chocobo Forest. If his word is to be believed, he was entrusted with this message by Hestienne herself. The letter was a call for help. Master Dalcarius, she bade you search for her. By the Fury! Has she been set upon by heretics once more? Alas, there was no more information in her message. Oh, not a day goes by I do not pray for her safe return. Hey, Drew, have a good night, dude. Thanks for coming by. Alcarius, I must ask that you take up your lance once more to aid your fellow dragoon. Are you willing? Am I willing? Of course I am. Thank you, Master Dalcarius. Hastianae waits you in the Dravanian Forelands. Please, help her with whatever she requests. Yeah, she was my acquaintance, and then she got captured by heretics and got, like, plagued by dragon blood. Poor girl. See if we can go help her out. Suppose we could also do our we could do our ant colony dailies while we're in the area, but let's do this storyline first. But how is everyone? How are y'all doing? Oh man, I'm getting really excited for the new Cathay book. It should be going out for pre-order like any day now. It's been on my mind a lot lately of like what's going to be happening with Warhammer Fantasy this year, because the rumors are starting to get kind of hot and heavy. And if any of them are true, we're in for such a year, dude. We are in for such a year. It's her! She's wearing much more modest clothing than she used to. Dalcarius! A good year or a bad year? If the rumors are true, a good year. A very good year. So the letter reached my father. I'm sorry for having you journey so far just to meet me. As you well know, I cannot return to Ishgard in my current condition. That said, the Blood's hold on me has summoned you, Dalcarius. Your knowledge of the realm is unparalleled. I beg of you, aid Orn Kai in his search. You have my sincerest thanks, Dalcarius. Thank you, Dalcarius. I owe you a debt of gratitude once more. Regrettably, whilst we know she is somewhere to the east, we are entirely ignorant as to the consort's precise whereabouts. I would suggest you first try asking Sir Alberic about Dravanian legends, specifically those concerning dragons in the east. Pray report back to me once you have learned something you deem pertinent. Cool beans. Alright. Already digging this quest. I love that our I fucking hate dragons and want to kill them at every cost student is now best friends with a little baby dragon. Good on her, good on her. We can go ahead and do the Vath quest while we're here. Gotta get those sweet, sweet, elegant tomestones. Hoping for centaurs in the old world someday. I do too. I don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon. Which does seem likely, well, I wouldn't say super likely. It seems possible. Possible is a better term. It seems possible that we'll get to see centaurs one day. I don't expect it to happen anytime soon. I think we're a long, 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 long way from that. The biggest thing I'm hoping for this year, if I was going to get the best case scenario, for me, that would be them releasing the Dogs of War, like bring back the Dogs of War, and bring back at least one legacy faction. If they did that, I would be over the moon. Like I would be so deeply pleased. What about y'all? Anyone got like a God, I hope this thing happens in 2026? Doesn't have to be Warhammer related. Buying a Soulblight army here soon. I've never been the best at painting, but excited to start trying. Hey, Fred, the good news is you don't have to be good at painting. And painting is, you know, it's like a classic skill where the more you do it, especially if you don't do what I do and have long breaks between painting jobs, but like as long as you just kind of consistently chip away at it, you will get so much better so fast. 2+ tough joining the Lordbeer server. Oh, that's excellent. Hopefully he'll reach out to me and or Andy. Suppose I could shoot him a message. The global downfall of fascism this year would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. That would be pretty goated, not gonna lie. Don't know how likely it is, but we can hope. I'm hoping for Nagash's DLC. I just hope it's good and they don't run into any major delay issues. Because it would be so perfect for that DLC to hit in July. Like, oh man, it'd be so nice to have something to be really excited for Warhammer in the summer. You're not really excited for the Glotkin? Well, even if you're not really excited for the Glotkin, hopefully there will be something exciting that would come with the Glotkin that you could find exciting. Want to find a good job? Yeah, that's a good one. That is tough these days. I would love for like Lorebeards to get big enough that they would want that someone would like want to invite us to a con. That'd be cool. That'd be pretty hype for me. What am I looking for? Not for the faint of heart. Speak with a Vath. Okay. Is he in here? Yes, he is. We're very scared. The place is so scary. We're sure to steal eggs. Oh, I can steal eggs for you, dude. Lorebeard spam will be rad as hell. Yeah, it would. I don't know what con we would like would be ideal for us. But that would be baller. Which, I mean, if there's any cons that are near you guys and you're like, oh, this would be a cool thing, like, you know, feel free to hit up those cons and be like, y'all should invite the Lorebeards. And they could do a panel on whatever, world building or Warhammer or whatever. Just hoping Lorebeards is a few. I hope. The best way to put it, I guess, would be I hope everyone that around and important to the various Lorebeards is safe and has a good year that allows things to go as uninterrupted as possible. Yeah. It's hard when your loved ones are struggling, you know? But hey, at least the 40K show has been like plowing onwards without slowing down, so that's been good. Reminds me, I need to send out probably I think I'll probably do it before I go to bed at night. But I've got to send out like a survey. Because I want to send out a survey that's kind of like a end of 2025, start of 2026 thing. To all the Lorebeards community to get some feedback from you guys about some various stuff. Okay, so I know that today we will definitely finish the... I think we'll finish, not finish, but we'll hit the next level of the Moogles for sure, and also probably the Vanu Vanu. Let's go talk to Sir Albrecht. Is it safe to assume there's no Lorebeards on Tuesday? It's safe to... I think it would be safe to assume Andy won't be here, but I will probably do something on Tuesday. So there will be something. I meant to do something today, but I borked my sleep schedule super hard, and I did not wake up until a horrifically late hour today. Well, it'd be great to have the End Times DLC in July. Spooky Time October would be funny for it to come out. Oh god, that would be horrible. If it was like a 4-month delay. Don't speak that evil into the universe. Glad to see you safely returned. Were you able to locate Hestian? I see. She is correct to surmise that formidable dragons are often made the subject of local legend. I shall discuss this with the congregation priest. I've known him to be quite an authority on Dravanian legends. Although, to think that a dragoon once gripped by the sole desire to slay dragons should now wish to help one. 'Tis a queer new world indeed that we inhabit, though not one I dislike. But that matters not. I shall seek out the priest at once and raise your query with him. Pray return anon, and I shall impart my findings unto you. Easy peasy. Ah, Delcarius, just the man I wanted to see. We finished examining the Dravanian legends known to us but a short while ago. However, the priest bade me make it clear to you that these kinds of legends are often told in increasingly colorful ways as the years go on. Quite common it is for a mere scaleskin or puck to, with the Keeper's help, transform into a fearsome dragon. I suppose it should come as little surprise legends gain fame by capturing the imagination of the masses. It would not do for an unadorned winged lizard to be the protagonist. But let us put the issue of authenticity to one side for a moment. I have summarized the first tale which seemed most relevant on this piece of parchment. Pray put it to use in your search. Oh, and lastly, tell Hestiane that she is ever in my thoughts. Drowsy dragons. So a lot of this is probably going to be finding or investigating a myth and it turning out to be nothing. How do vampires sneak dragons into Sylvania? Certainly someone would notice that. The world is a bigger place than you probably think. Sneaking entire armies or dragons into Sylvania would not be that hard, because it is a very dark, unwholesome place where the wise and those who wish to live another day keep their heads down and don't pay attention to things outside of their communities. And there's a whole bunch of haunted marshes and woodlands that cover most of the territory that are not easy to see things through. Plus, a good number of the dragons that would be resurrected, so like zombie dragons, are already corpses that live in, or not live, but rest in Sylvania. So, it wouldn't be that difficult. But that parchment happened to be for mine eyes. Can you transform the dragon into a lizard? I suppose if you tried hard enough. I just give the wings a good old hack. Piece of parchment that details the legends or outbreak deemed pertinent to your search. Ah, yes. I would never forget Sir Albrecht's exquisite handwriting. This information shall be of great use, I am sure. Let us see. It seems he thinks we ought to commence our search with the slumbering worm of Gear Albania. This is my first time seeing these patterns that men use. Fascinating indeed that you could share information in such a manner. Dravanian history is not chronicled not with letters, but through song. These verses have taught me much about Faunim, my father's consort. Hey, Sir Cupcake, how you doing? Faunim, you say? Well, knowing her name can only aid the search. Darkarius, pray accompany Ornkai to the ruins of the Fist of Raugr temple in the fringes. Sir Albrecht states that this is where the origins of the slumbering worm lie. The journey ahead is long, and it will benefit us not to delay our departure any longer. Whistle for me when you have reached our destination, and I shall come to your side. I'm just really worried about Emmerich in Total War Warhammer. He's going to have a lot of very undead dragons on his doorstep when Nagash wakes up. I mean, Emmerich's going to be one of the best characters to stand a chance at kind of slapping Nagash across the face, to be fair. Onwards! Are there whites of other species? Yep. Indeed there are. They're much more rare than human whites, but any species can produce a white. Whites are basically just very powerful undead that usually have retained a significant amount of their own sentience. And they're often powered by things in their environment or like magical artifacts as opposed to spells. But there's a ton of dwarf whites in the lore, and elf whites are very rare but have popped up from time to time. I was under the impression from Total War Warhammer that it was from the Plane of Bones, meaning they travel thousands of miles to get there, raise dragons, and fly it back. Oh, they don't have to fly it back. Zombie dragons are not rental bikes. Most of the time when a necromancer or a vampire or someone raises one, they do not return it to its original resting place. They will use it and use it and use it until eventually it like balks against them, or like either they die. Through some fashion they are killed. I don't know if I've ever been here. Pop inside real quick just to unlock the location. There we go. Hey, little dude. It would seem man is capable of using lots of styles when creating buildings. I had been expecting similar to those found in the churning mists. Let us venture inside and see if found them cannot be found. Dalkarius! Super cool. Could do some fun world building there if you have a necromancer who manages to get a hold of some elven king and raises them as a white. Yeah, it would not go well for them. The necromancer, that is. Elves and dwarfs make very poor undead because a lot of necromancers and vampires in the modern age especially, their magic is based on Nagash's corpse geometries, which the corpse geometries of Nagash were meant to be used on humans. So they can be used to sort of brute force other species, but it's a lot less efficient and is much more difficult. But also dwarfs and elves are far more prone to being able to sort of remain attached, so to speak, to their mortal remains. Your help, if you please. It's a big golem. Hey, Parthmachio! If it isn't one of my favorite peeps. Strange statue. There you go, little dude. Burn the bones so they can move on. Burn the bones, hide the ashes, ward them just to be safe, and bury all of any items that had great significance to them in life. It's pain. I had been admiring the craftsmanship of man when suddenly it moved towards me. Though I struggle to believe this is what the legends refer to as the slumbering worm. Researching the slumbering worm, are we? It's always nice to see others take up an interest in history, even if it is entirely shallow. Wait, you know of the slumbering worm? We've journeyed here for the very purpose of meeting that dragon. Ha ha ha! You Dravanians could do with some studying up on your history. The time when one could meet the worm is long since past. The High Priest, Haymart, also known as the Slumbering Worm, departed this world over 300 years ago. The Slumbering Worm was a mere man! But of course! Why would you think otherwise? Haymart was a monk renowned for his mastery of meditation. Though, when necessary, he was quite capable of harnessing his worm-like strength to trounce his foes. He earned the Slumbering Worm alias after 100 men, however, fell asleep. Man just, I love he's still talking, we're like, alright, anyway. Well, it seems we must begin our search anew. I worry I too may become a slumbering worm should I listen to this tiring man any longer. Let us pay a visit to Sir Alberic instead. Anyone Hustine holds in such high regard can surely aid our hunt. He's still going. He's still going. Don't! Oh, okay. Man almost broke the fourth wall. I thought he was looking at me. I was like, oh.
Good, good. I accept your offering for Mulder Clan.
Poor dejected
At sign
nerd.
of the Emperor 1240 donated $7.99 through Super Chat. Could necromancy work on lizardmen? Have any vampires or necromancers tried it?
Yes it can, and yes they have. My Hippopotamus, my ex used to call something of mine the slumbering worm. Why? Because you can never get it up? Oh! But yes, there have been attempts to resurrect lizardmen. Some of them are very successful, like resurrecting the corpses of skinks, Saurus, Croxgore, stuff like that. Relatively easy. Not as easy as raising a human, but not like super difficult. But the like a Slan would be borderline impossible. It would be one of like the most difficult things to resurrect a relic priest. Like that would be like a Nagash, Van Hal, Manfred von Karstein, Archon the Black tier feat. Oh, cool, he's hanging out here. Good morning, Dalkarius. Our friend here has informed me as to the truth behind the legend. My apologies for not looking deeper into the story before bringing it to your attention. Your next destination lies in the far east. Tell me, Dalkarius, have you set foot in the region before? I have. A port city named Kugane. Sounds positively fascinating. I imagined it would be a fine place to begin looking into this next legend. Regrettably, I should not think Orn Kai will be able to accompany you on this journey. But how do you expect to find Foundnim without a dragon in tow? Your plight is well understood, Orn Kai. It's truly a shame your wings do not match your ambition. Though, mayhap I have not fully considered all options available to us. We do owe you a great debt for all you have done for Hustiene. Allow me some time, and I shall see to it you are able to follow Dalcarius to the far east. You have my thanks, Sir Alberic. Oh, I wish I could set off at this very moment. Perhaps the sport of hunting would be enough to calm me down. Pray call me when preparations are complete. At the very least, we know that Hustiene will not have wanted for company since leaving Ishgard. Sadly, I may struggle to secure passage to the east in quite a timely as manner as he would like. Pray keep your lance arm honed. There's no knowing just what you shall face in Arthur. Also not sure if it was mentioned earlier, the new patch introduced a new glamour rule. You can now glamour any gear in all levels. So now you're no longer restricted in what you wear if you so wish to truly mix and match pieces now. Oh, that's really cool. Now, if they would let me have fucking Black Scalera, I would be happy. Ah, Dalcarius. It pleases me to tell you that I have at last discovered a means to have our young friends safely transported to Kugane. I've reached an agreement with the owner of an establishment in the area. I believe its name was Bokaisen Hot Springs. Converse with him once you arrive at Kugane and he shall tell you Ornkai's whereabouts. I took the liberty of making the little one aware of a few local legends. Hopefully they shall aid you in your search for Foundnim. The Serpent in the Sea of Rubies. How exactly does a revivification crystal work? So interestingly, those were a new invention for Total War, though they perfectly make sense within the canon of the setting. And basically what they are is they are the crystallized essence of the spawning pools enhanced with Gyronite crystal. So it's basically taking the wind of Gyran and kind of like compressing it into a crystalline physical form, and building that around the Old One tech and materials that are used in the spawning pools, so that it basically unleashes this wave of healing magic that allows the lizardmen to heal and grow as if they were in the spawning pools. So where the lizardmen go from being like little tadpoles that are able to, in like really rapid moments, evolve into like a full adult Saurus, right? Like lizardmen don't have an age as far as like a developmental cycle, right? So you don't go from like tadpole to fish to frog to lizard man. You just go from tadpole to lizard man, like real fast.
At sign of the Emperor 1,240 donated $7 and
Thank you, Sion.
99 cents through Super Chat. Someday you're going to have to try doing the Q-Game Tower jump.
I want to. We'll probably do that after we've beaten this expansion. That would be like a fun challenge once we've beaten the expansion. We'd have a day where we do that nightmare. Hey, there's Alex. Karaku. Come one, come all, burns, cuts, embarrassing rashes. There is naught that the mystical waters of the Bokaisen hot springs cannot heal. Oh, you say your name is Dalcarius Adracia? Why, a package just arrived for you. I shall fetch it right this instant. Man just pulls a dragon out of a box. Someone, anyone, Release me from this icy prison! They really like bolted him in there? That's a good thing he's in a hot spring. Ah! What was that blasted dragoon thinking? It was all well and good for him to tell me to simply sleep through the journey. He is not the one stuffed in a crate of ice crystals. And the boat, oh, how it rocked. Admittedly, he is right in thinking dragons capable of entering a long sleep-like state, but we are not bears. We do not require freezing cold temperatures to achieve this. Ugh, my fangs are like icicles. That said, I must admit I enjoyed my best sleep for many a year. At any rate, now we are both here. We can resume the search for Founham. Before I was unceremoniously stuffed into that crate, Sir Albrecht told me the legend of Seiryu. Seiryu, a dragon regarded as a guardian of the Far East. Though something tells me we would not have much luck with this tale either. The story has existed for several thousand years. Founham only came to these lands a mere millennium ago. Sir Albrecht agreed that the story most worth our attention was that of the Serpent of the Ruby Sea. This came into being much more recently. I suggest you visit Isari and try asking the residents if they know anything that might help. Whistle for me once you feel you have found something I should know. To Isari. Oh wait. I feel like that's the Serpent of the Ruby Sea is probably like the Ruby Princess. There it is. Nope, that's Heaven Sent. Oh, there it is. Okay. Could you hypothetically supercharge that process and evolve them into like a specialist version, like Skink into Redcrest? If you understood how Old One technology worked, you could tweak the spawning pools and other such systems to custom make sacred spawnings. Yes. The revivification crystal, altering it to like change what a lizardman is would probably be too dangerous. What is that now? Am I familiar with the Serpent of the Ruby Sea? You'll struggle to find someone here that is not. Not a day of my childhood passed without my grandmother telling me that fairy tale. These days, hearing of the opening line of it alone puts me to sleep in an instant. All children that dare swim out into the deep blue sea are sure to become the sea serpent's tea. Oh my, nearly fell asleep there. I imagine that is all anyone my age will be able to tell you. Try asking the elderly woman over there if you want to know more. It's like, why don't you go ask that old bag of bones? She'll know. You would have me tell you the fairy tale of the Serpent of the Ruby Sea. Oh, dear child, that is no mere fairy tale. Head on over to the Coral Banquet if you do not believe me. You shall find a horror beyond your wildest nightmares. Its nose misses nothing, especially not the blood of men. There is many a tale of wounded pirates falling overboard and being swallowed alive before they could plant a hand on the ship they fell from. The whisper sound effect is so quiet. Does it seem like the serpent could be found him? I doubt it, seeing as it's a man-eater. While it is true we dragons do hunt by following our prey's scent, I have not known our kind to swallow men whole. The idea strikes me as awfully barbaric. While I doubt this would lead us to found him, my curiosity has been piqued and I cannot simply leave this mystery unsolved. It is also a brilliant excuse for me to engage in a bit of hunting. We cannot hope to draw out the beast without bait after all. Head to the Coral Banquet and I shall join you shortly. How active is Nagash when he's having this map? Not very. If you were to visit Nagashazar and somehow not die, and get into where his body was, you would literally just see like his big corpse body like slumped on his throne, not moving. And he wouldn't respond to anything you were doing unless you were like a powerful sorcerer and attacked him, or if you or if you just were trying to steal from him, like you tried to take something from him. But he's mostly pretty inactive. It's very rare he does anything,
if you were teleported
because he's
to
mostly
Warhammer,
conserving
would you
his
rather be
power
dropped in the
and
middle of
plotting.
Scab and
He's
Glide,
very weak,
or Austria with no supplies?
compared to how he normally is. So he's mostly just sitting there building up his power, because all of his artifacts have been lost by this point. The only thing like he might have on him in there would probably be I think he might have had his armor, and maybe his sword, but he doesn't have his staff, he doesn't have his crown, he's missing his hand. So like he's not really in good condition.
You bring token trinket to give to Throt. Yes, yes. Good, good. I accept your offering for Mulder Clan.
At sign of the Emperor 1200.
Jasker, thanks so much for gifting a sub to Racer Dragon Tail. Thank you, that's very sweet of you.
I do hope we make some MSQ progress today. I want to see what you think of
Also,
the
Racer Dragon Tail,
side
thank you for 17
compared to
months.
the far eastern portion of the story.
Would I be, if I was teleported to Warhammer, would I rather be dropped in the middle of Skaven Blade or Lustria? Lustria, not even close. Lustria, if I'm dropped into the middle of Lustria, I'm going to die almost immediately, but I will die a clean death to predators or plants or disease or whatever. Like, it might not be a good time, but I'll at least just die and that'll be the end of it. Skaven Blight, if I was dropped into Skaven Blight, I am going to be enslaved, I'm going to be tortured, I'm probably going to be utterly broken, and death might not even be a release for me. I would take Lustria 1,000 times over rather than Skaven Blight. Yeah, I would definitely take being eaten by a dinosaur over enslaved by Skaven. Silent, thank you for the super chat. Yes, I do fully intend to get back to main story quest today, so don't you worry about that. We're gonna be going for a good while today. Father never mentioned you were this slow, Dalcarius. I have already hunted a beast that would doubtless lure out the serpent, and I still arrived here long before you. I shall go ahead and hurl the bloody meat into the sea. Pray deal with any hungry creatures that are drawn to us. Oh my! That is a giant fucking sea serpent, I'll give it that. I always dig it when there's an actual bit of a fight. No dragon, though. Well, I do not know about you, but that was somewhat bigger than what I was expecting. We may have failed to find him, but in her place we have gained a delicious supper. Now we have the serpent's meat. Let us head back to Bokaisen Hot Springs. The last one back has to prepare dinner. Wildfoot, have a good night, dude. Thanks for coming by. Good to see you, as always. Oh, Delcarius, good to see you returned at last. I must confess, I was unable to resist the meat's seductive call, and before I knew it, I had devoured the vast majority of our spoils. Please do help yourself to whatever is left. I have stored the leftovers in the crate I was sent here in. Pay no attention to anything that may resemble teeth marks. Those are an indentation created by the ice. Oh, anyone could see through that lie. I am sorry, Delcarius. I do hope my greed has not upset you too much. That was never one for me. It's fine. Truly, after hearing of your feats of strength from Sir Albrecht, I assumed you must feast upon tons of meat every day. Regardless, meat is far from our primary concern at the moment. I'm beginning to wonder if the day we shall find Fountain will never come. But I must not allow myself to lose heart so easily. There are still plenty of legends for us to look into. Hope is far from lost. Pray continue to grant me your support, Delcarius. Woohoo! Level 70! Hello there, Delcarius. I must say I could get used to the life in the Far East. Unlike those in Ishgard, Hengans harbor no ill feelings towards us Stravanians. You should really hear some of the things Karaku says. He keeps remarking that he wants me to stay here for eternity when he introduces me to new people. It seems he believes quite strongly that dragons bring good luck. But what is that expression I see on your face? Could it be jealousy? Oh, Delcarius, do not worry yourself. You shall be just as popular here one day. More importantly, one of the few friends I have made through Karaku mentioned something he knew something that might prove relevant to our search. I was just about to go and meet him now. Why don't you accompany me? If Nagash were to get his crown back, how big of a power jump would he be? He would be almost entirely back. Like, if Nagash got his... Nagash getting his crown back is like Sauron getting back the One Ring. Like, it's that big of a power jump. Now, I don't think it's something that would drive him directly into action, because he would still be debilitated from missing his hand. The fact that the warpstone blade that killed him is still around. The fell blade. So, like, because the fell blade still exists, he's still missing, like, his staff and a couple of other aspects of himself, and his books. He would need all 9 of his books. Is Nagash Vecna or Vecna Nagash? Probably... I mean, Nagash is Sauron, if you want to put it really bluntly. And Sauron, came before Vecna and all them. So I would say Sauron is probably the easiest inspiration to look to. I actually don't know if Nagash or Vecna came first. I mean, Nagash would have been like 1980... What, Nagash probably would have been like 84, 85-ish? Give me a moment. I shall call him now. It is I, Orn Kai. God damn it, it's that fucking fish again.
You bring a token trinket to get the fraught. Yes, yes.
This little turd.
Good, good. I accept your offering for Mulder Clan.
At Scion of the Emperor 1240 donated 30 Australian
Cyan,
dollars
thank
and
you for the
99
super chat. I
cents to
appreciate
a
it.
super
Thank you
chat.
so much for the support,
Out of
dude.
all the cities in FFXIV you've so far experienced, which would you want to live in if you could? Assuming money is no issue, what would your rankings be?
I'll ask again, and Shadowbringers and Walker when you see their new cities. First of all, thank you. Second of all, one thing I will say for anyone that cares or is curious, there is a link to tip me directly if you're ever so inclined in the like description and stuff, because YouTube does always take a pretty significant cut of like super chats and stuff, whereas if you tip directly that doesn't happen. But you don't have to use it if you're not comfortable using it. Simply just a little note. Of all the cities in Final Fantasy XIV you so far experienced, which would you want to live in if you could, assuming money was no issue? Okay, so assuming it was safe and money was no issue, so I could just like move into a really nice, beautiful community and I didn't have to worry about something trying to kill me, and I had all of the money to live my best life, I would probably... I would probably want to live in either... I'd probably want to live in Ishgard. My choice would be between Ishgard and Gridania. And the reason for that would be that I love Ishgard's aesthetic. Like, I love those beautiful old stone cities. They're incredible. The only thing I would be a little curious about on Ishgard is I'd want to know what Ishgard is like year-round. So, like, if the winters are oppressively brutal and it's, like, horribly cold and there's nothing that can be done about it and life is kind of suffering, that might convince me to go to Gridania instead, because I do love big, beautiful forests. But I feel like my allergies also might not like Gridania that much. I think I would probably want to live in Ishgard. I like big centers of civilization where I have good access to like lots of supplies and the things I would need, and like medical care and food and all that stuff. And if I could live like up with like a beautiful view of like out in the distance in like some big beautiful building up on the stone steps, that would be pretty cool. It's also a good way to stay in shape. A great way to stay in shape is like moving around a place like that where you're constantly moving like up and down. Does Warhammer Armies Undead 4th Edition sound right for Nagash's first publication? I don't think that was the first time Nagash was ever published. I think that's the first time the Undead got a full army book, but I want to say Nagash was mentioned in Warhammer Fantasy 2nd or 3rd edition. That being said, Gridania, actually, you know what? I have a hard time choosing between them. Actually, I'd probably go for Gridania, because I don't think my allergies would be a problem, because my allergies are actually only to native plants, like plants I grew up around. So, like, I only have allergies to Texas plants, but when I go to, like, England, I don't have any problems in England, despite all of the nature. It doesn't bother me. And Gridania, I feel like, would be a bit more pleasant year-round. Like, the winters wouldn't be near as harsh, but that'd probably be my go-to. Gyodo. And listen, I don't know what voice I'm going to give this thing. And listen, most sincere apologies to you and yours for the wait. Yes. Wait, what? Dakaris, do not worry, no more betrayals. Sworn on all the copying creation I have. Yes. Right, these guys have the fucking Skaven talk, and they're fucking backstabbing little shits. Dakaris, you have already made Gyodo's acquaintance. Come to hear about dragon legends. Yes. There is a place that comes to mind, the Azif Steppe. You can get there by following the One River, home to all Namazu. Go way upstream and you will find the steppe. Yes. It is here that a monstrous dragon as dark as the night is said to slumber. Dark as the night, you say? No more information do I have. Go to the marketplace in the Azim Steppe, known as Reunion. You may find the answers you seek there. This could be the one, Dacarius. The Horde was home to many a dark-scaled dragon, after all. Let us hurry to Reunion. I picked a terrible voice for Orn Kai. Messed up my vocal cords. Your great Khan returns! Heads up, the level 70 quest is going to require progression. Oh, really? Okay. Well, I guess we'll just finish this part then.
Well, if these energetic children have come to me, it is only natural I try questioning them first. Perhaps your time would be best spent asking about some of the more mature aura, if they know anything of the dragon Kyoto mentioned.
The quiet questers. Yeah, sure. Let's talk to the guys who are sworn to silence.
A black dragon in these parts. Sure, I know of it. The storytellers say the fiend awakens once every few decades and goes on a wild rampage. When it's had its fill of destruction, it returns to its lair in the northwestern mountains and slumbers. If any tribe were able to slay such a beast, it would bring them great honor. We Oranir have had our eyes on it for some time. You are the one looking for the dragon, are you? I did hear there's been a sighting recently. First one in 100 years, apparently. Not that I believe any of that nonsense. It would not surprise me if the whole story was dreamed up by some Oranir in his cups. Guys, help! These children are not playing nice. I do not suppose you have fared any better. And it's said to live in the northwest. If the dragon has truly been sighted recently, our timing is perfect. I'm glad we did not come this far, only to find it in the midst of a deep slumber. Let us head for the mountains to the northwest. Now, children, do you not think it is time you are making your way back to Mummy and Daddy? We grown-ups have business to attend to.
Fucking dragons getting, like, bullied by small children. It is foggy here. After this quest, I'll need to get more water.
This seems as good as an area as any to commence our search. Ready to get started, Dalkarius.
Let's do it!
Well then, let us see if we cannot... Wait, what is that smell? Are we about to learn that the locals refer to this warrior as a black dragon? Are you also on the hunt for this dragon? Hunt? Perish the thought. You've come to speak with it. Now I've heard everything. Speak, you say. You may be calm and willing to talk, but I assure you that black-scaled monster is not in the mood. It has thrashed 8 of our finest warriors. We are disgraced, but I must inform our Han of the battle's outcome. Well, he certainly was not interested in staying here any longer. Come along, Delcarius. I think we may have finally found him this time. May actually be found him this time. Let us hurry.
Search for the Black Dragon. Oh! That's a biggin.
It is her. I'm sure of it. Ah! Found him. Fly!
Okay, here we go. A real dragon fight, huh? Oh, I love big dragon fights. Damn. Oh shit. Okay, she just went vulnerable. It's like the It's like the fight against Needhog's lover. Oh! The right wing of injury and the left wing of tragedy. That is a spiky fucking dragon, dude.
Ah! Found him! I beg of you! Listen to me! She's mad with fury. My voice does not reach her. This clash will only end if one of you perishes. Let us retreat for now and rethink our approach.
Run! Run away! Wow. That went well.
We have come so far and overcome so many obstacles. Yet when we finally meet Foudem, we cannot even speak with her. My apologies, Dalcarius, but pray return to reunion without me. I need some time to take all of this in. Perhaps a spot of hunting would help clear my mind.
Brave Sir Robin ran away! The question is that his mom, or is it just like a former mate of his dad? Because it seems to be implied that's his mother, but I guess we'll find out.
Yes, I am somewhat calmer now, Dalcarius. Thank you for asking. The key to all of this is discovering the source of Foundem's rage. Once we know this, we can decide our next move. Pray give me some time. I will not allow our journey to end in failure.
In order to undertake this quest, you must first complete the main scenario quest, Heaven's Weep. Oh wow, so it won't even let me, like, accept it. Okay, so that is all of the Dragoon storyline we can do for right now, which is totally fine. We're gonna go finish our dailies. So why don't we go to Okzundu, and I'm gonna grab some more water. Oh, I see. Say hi to people. Come here. Come here. Up. 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 Come here. Come on. Hey, come here. Come here. What are you doing? Sorry, I didn't realize Sadie was sleeping behind the green screen. And I was like, you want to come say hi to the camera? And she ran away. She's shy. Poor Sadie. Such a baby.
You bring a token trinket to give to Throt, yes, yes? Good, good. I accept your offering for Mulder Clan.
At sign of the Emperor 1,240 donated 14 Australian dollars and 99 cents
Thanks,
through
Sion.
Super Chat. How about a specific zone you'd want to live in? Again, assuming you have all the money and assurance of safety you need. I will also ask again in SHB.
Definitely Gridania. Like, not even a question. Gridania is genuinely beautiful, and I love big forests. I love big forests. I love Ishgard's cities and, like, architecture more. Like, I like the style and the thematic of, like, the stone structures. It reminds me a lot of Scotland. And I like the verticality of it. But living in that entire area would be kind of a bitch. Because all the snow. I like snow in relatively small quantities. On like a rare occasion. Have I been to Scotland? Oh yeah, dude. Yeah. I've been to Scotland twice, and both times was a rather extended stay. Not like crazy, but like the first time I went, which was a couple years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, I went and I like wandered around Scotland. So I went up to the Highlands. I went up to like the Isle of Skye. I wandered around a lot of the coastal areas for a while. So I followed the ocean south. I also I just did a lot of stuff. And then the most recent time I went, which was last May, I did an extended visit. And I did an extended visit because I stayed with Andy Law and his lovely wife. So I stayed at the Law residence, which was an absolutely wonderful time. I had a lovely time staying with them. I also made that trip a lot more affordable. Which they live in Edinburgh, so I stayed in Edinburgh for like a week, and then the rest of the time I was wandering around. So like that trip I went down to Brighton, which I loved Brighton. Brighton was such a fun city, dude. There was so much to do in Brighton. I was flabbergasted by how fun that city was. What about the Azim Steppe? The Azim Steppe, I think, would be a beautiful place to visit. I don't think it's where I would want to live. It's very open, without a lot going on. Like, you're kind of surrounded by some mountains and stuff, but I think I'd rather be in a big forest or be enjoying, like, a lot of stone-built cities. I think that's a place I would love to visit, and it would be like the trip of a lifetime type visit. But I don't think I would want to, like, stay there for a long time. I like visiting the wilds, but I also know my limits, as far as, like, I like civilization and cities. Well, not like big cities. Like, I enjoy visiting cities. I like suburbs, to put it more accurately. Suburb living is what I was built for. Like, you know, close enough to the city that you can visit, but not so close to the city that you're, like, trapped there. So you're there all the time and can't get away from it. You know what I mean? You're gonna be visiting Mongolia this year? Oh, that's fucking cool. Mongolia seems like it'd be a very, very cool place to visit. Because, like, it's one of those places where, because of the way it's built, or, like, the way it, like, you know, nature, it developed, a lot of it is very, very resistant to modernization. So you'll get to see, like, a lot of really fascinating, cool things, especially from a cultural perspective. That would be a very cool place to visit. Yeah, Maladai, if you ever go back, I would highly recommend the Isle of Skye to be very, very high on your list of places to go in Scotland. One of the most beautiful places I've ever seen in my life. Like, the nature there is almost alien. It's so unique. Like, there's a lot of really weird, bizarre things up there, but, like, in a beautiful way. And they also have some of the most delicious... I don't even like fish that much. Like, I'm not a huge fish person. But the fish there was fucking delicious. Like, oh my god, it was good. I had like fish and chips on the pier, but it was made fresh. Like, everything about it was fresh. And, like, holy fuck, dude. That was, like, some of the best food I've ever had in my life. Mongolia reminds me of, like, an alien planet or a planet before it was touched by humans. A lot of parts of it, yeah. They still use modern stuff, but they never forsook the old traditions. So they use tech to enhance rather than replace. Yeah, honestly, that's kind of, in a lot of ways, that's one of the hardest, not the hardest, that's one of, like, the biggest downsides of the United States, is that not a lot of the US has very ingrained tradition. A lot of it is very kind of just adapts with whatever is, like, the newest thing, which is nice if that's how you want to live. But, like, there's not, like, centuries, much less millennia, of, like, ancient culture that you can really lean into or study and all that other stuff. It's very... it's all very surface level. You know, it's a very young country, especially because the colonialist Americans were fucking idiots, and wiped out so many of the natives who would have had all of that. Like, could you imagine how fucking awesome it would have been if a lot of the neighbors or a lot of the natives' cultures had been able to thrive and be preserved, and like there were like if they had like like large territories you could visit where they were able to keep everything alive and they had like all sorts of cool shit, as opposed to it feels almost more like archaeology. Like a lot of them are, a lot of their stuff has been preserved, and obviously a lot of the tribes are still around. Not a lot, but some of the tribes are still around. But it's like it's heartbreaking knowing how fascinating so much of their stuff was, and it wasn't just like they were dying off, but like also a lot of people went super out of their way to try and eradicate their existence. And it's like, so much fascinating history and mythology and culture and storytelling and all this shit just lost because of fucking just assholes and like super racist people. Terrible. Terrible. Honestly, it would be very interesting if Native Americans had enough of a presence to influence American culture more. I mean, they did in like some unexpected ways, but it's not remembered well. Like a lot of cowboy culture, of what we think of as cowboy culture, came from natives. Like a lot of their stories were taken and literally whitewashed, in the sense that they would take their stories and just be like, nope, a white guy did it. But like the deeper you delve into the history of it, the more you're like, did he though? Like it's either natives or Mexicans, especially where I'm from. Like down in Texas, a lot of our oldest cultural stuff that isn't imported from Europe came from the Native American tribes, the Mexicans, or certain African American communities. But the hard part is figuring out the origins of a particular topic, because there's like 3 to 4 centuries of people who were making it their life's work to try and erase as much of it as they could. It was rough bananas. But I mean, I just like hearing people's stories. I just like collecting stories. And I just wish we had more stories to tell. You know what I mean? I don't need to make high quality. No, okay. I'm Hispanic descent, but people always give me speaking shit for not speaking Spanish. I promptly tell them speaking colonizer language. Yeah. Yes, yeah. You gotta whip out the, like, Nahuatl. Or I don't know what the appropriate one would be. But I mean, the same thing can be said for a lot of places in Europe too. Like, even though a good amount of it has been preserved, like, you know, a lot of the history and culture of like Scandinavia or like Irish and Celtic mythology, like, isn't actually super well preserved because it got filtered through like Christianity, retelling a lot of it, to make it like appropriate for Christianity. So a lot of those stories and myths have been tampered with, and the original versions are like completely lost. Which is a damn shame. Oof. Odin is up. Do I want to go fight Odin if people are saying Odin is up? Is that worth investigating? Speaking of the Norse, yeah, I know, you heard us talking shit. Honestly, I feel like that would be one of the most useful applications if time traveling was ever a thing. But, like, the whole point of it is that you literally couldn't interfere. Like, all you could do... It's up to you to fight Odin. He drops tokens to exchange for barding certain cosmetics. Well, that sounds like a good enough reason to fight him for me. I want to fight Odin. I don't think I've ever fought him outside of his, like, story quest. Are the vampire count factions as we understand it a thing in the old world? As of this exact moment in time, no. As of this exact moment on Earth, the vampire counts are not a playable faction in the old world. Unless you're playing with legacy rules, which you can play with legacy rules, but there's really no reason to play with legacy rules. Unless you're, well, I mean, you can play them, but they're not like being consistently updated or anything. Oh, he's a lot smaller than I thought he would be. You know what, I'm not with a group, so I should probably do again for this. I can join this dude. Actually, you know what? I'll heal. I always feel bad when someone tries to do one of these and then they die. I'll just join on Alex. Alex, let me send. Invite me. Or do we join someone? Oops. Who to join on? Nice. Dude, Odin has such a fucking good theme. Like, damn, dude. Two healers, 2 tank, 3 DPS, pretty good. Odin gaming? Well, Odin is alive, so we're gonna kill his ass. I've never killed him before, so I don't know how hard this is gonna be. We got a pretty stellar group, but if you check his name under Odin, that's the person who got the killing blow on that server. Where'd he go? Oh, where it says Ozen Silver? That's cool. Good luck. Alright, let's see if I can remember how to heal. Oh. Okay. Oh. That's not what I wanted. I have not healed in too long. Oh, that's not good. I love being frozen. Barrier. Oh my god, I hate that shit. Being petrified sucks! No, that's not what I wanted. Okay. Huh. I can grab these random people that are dead around the arena. Oh, he's dead. Woohoo! I got the uncut achievement.
You bring a token trinket to give to Throt. Yes, yes.
Nicely done, nicely done, nicely done.
I accept your offering for Mulder Clan.
At Sign of the Emperor 1240 donated $30 through Super Chat. Honestly really excited to see what you think of each combat job and their storylines when you get into leveling them between 4.0 and 4.4. I want to see
I want to see what your favorite job of each role is about story and gameplay. Yeah, it'll be interesting. It's gonna be hard to beat. It's gonna be hard to beat Dark Knight for me, I think. Though I did enjoy Dragoon as well. Those were both pretty fun. All right, that's a dead Odin. Oh, the killing blow becomes the next Odin? Oh, that's fucking cool. That's a fun implication. So it's not like he's like, I'm gonna get revenge against that one guy. It's like, no. He's gonna break you into, like, you become him. Could you imagine if you got, like, the last blow on him, and then, like the way the game works is, like, when he comes back, your character just dies and stays dead until someone else kills him? Like, he just takes over your character. Hey, Hugh, good to see you, dude. Have a good one. Always lovely to see you pop by. Yeah, I'm really hoping the rumors are true that vampire counts are coming back this year. I mean, it would be perfect time for them, even with GW's, like, stupid dumb shit about wanting to have different models. Since last year or 2 years ago, I think it was last year, we got the full, maybe, yeah, it was last year. Last year, we got, like, the full range refresh for the Soulblight Gravelords. So that means they could give us all of the old minis for fantasy, and then that would allow them to have their cake and eat it too. Because GW is fucking stupid for some reason, is like, no, they have to be separate. They can't share the thing. And it's like, GW, you're the only person that thinks that, and I hate you for it. If you remember the quest you did for the instance version, the weapon is Odin. It's implied the one who kills Odin picked up the sword and this becomes him. It's unfortunate. I barely remember the first Odin instance, because, I mean, that wasn't even a required quest, was it? Wasn't Odin a side quest? Not a side quest, but he was optional, wasn't he? Alright, so I've got to make repurpose construction components and foundation components, but they don't have to be high quality. Yeah, he was optional. Yeah, that's what I figured. Nope. Now we can turn these in, which will trigger the society quest. We'll do that, and then we will probably take a very brief break for, like, food and stuff. Maybe some drinks, and then we'll get into it. Alright, what you got for me, Master Mogson? I can't believe them, Kupo. Of all the times for trickery. Why, if they were here, I'd give them a piece of my... Oh, Dalcarius! Once again, fate is working against us. Sometimes it seems as though we can't even lift a single brick without something going wrong. Let's put all our palms together and hopefully we can find a solution. Just when I had forgotten how entertaining the Mughals' antics could be, this happens. You see, we're expecting a shipment of supplies from the Temple Knights, but the delivery is long overdue. Mogson here suspects foul play. That's right, Kupo. The Mogbender's busy at Barley's. I asked the Mughals at Assar to help transport the supplies. Unfortunately, I fear they may have hid them, or worse. Our only choice is to find the Mughals in charge and question them ourselves. Give them a good talking to, Mogson. As the leader of the Mogbenders, you must make it clear that you will not tolerate such trickery. I have faith the supplies will be here at Barley's before long. Of course, Terrazin!
I'll give them a scolding they won't soon forget. Perhaps I'll even make them carry the supplies themselves. Ah, look at him, off to rebuke an irresponsible mogul, as a father would a disobedient child. However, as we are expecting a good many crates, another pair of young strapping legs to carry them certainly would not hurt. Go and assist him should he require it. Yes, sir. Dalcarius, what are you doing here? Did Terrason send you to accompany me again? He really must learn to let me handle my own affairs, Kupo. Look here, I gave this Mooka such a verbal thrashing that he's agreed to show me where he hid the supplies, and has even forsaken trickery for good. Completely and utterly contrite he is. Alas, I'd rather not spend my time reprimanding others. There's still so much to be done at Barley's. But lately, I felt that no matter how many hours we labor for, we never get any closer to completion. Ah, but worry not, Dalcarius. I've no intention of giving up, Kupo. One blow at a time will chisel away at Barley's until the glory of its past is restored. But now, I suppose I should see to the unenviable task of collecting the rest of the supplies. Dalcarius, I know much more important matters demand your attention, but could you deliver this crate to Barley's? With any luck, we'll see each other again shortly. Now show me where you hid them. Quickly, there's no time to waste, Kupo. You're returned, and sooner than I expected. Is Mogson not with you? Crate of supplies. Aye, these are certainly the supplies we ordered. How kind of Mogson to shoulder the burden of finding the rest. While he is occupied, there is a matter I would like to discuss with you. As you have doubtless noticed, Mogson has become an admirable crafter in his own right. In fact, the zeal with which each and every Mogmender approaches their work has been not short of astonishing. However, despite their best efforts, their progress leaves something to be desired. Curious as to why, I observed the Mogmenders at work, and one thing that struck me was the feebleness of their blows. Now, this is no fault of the Moogles. It is not due to laziness that they strike so lightly. No, I believe the tools are to blame. The Moogles cannot grip their tools firmly, and they do not have our thewy arms. Tools made for us are entirely unsuitable for them. But what if we were to furnish them with tools attuned to their etheric energy? Which brings us to the supplies. With them we shall make wind-aspected tools, which I believe the Mogmenders will be able to swing as mightily as we swing our own tools. I would give you the honor of helping me craft the first one. I ask that you craft a simple but essential part, a hammer's handle. Ensure that its shape is suited to a Moogle's paws. Afterwards, I shall apply a specially made varnish, which will enhance the ethereal conductivity of the tool. Before you begin, however, bring the crate of supplies to Mogmol. As always, you're free to take whatever you feel is necessary to complete your task. You got it, boss. I'm gonna make that such a fucking good hammer. I'm gonna make the best fucking hammer this fucking Moogle's ever seen. I think the others think I have the easiest job in the Mogmenders, but they're wrong. Have you ever flapped your wings in place for hours on end? No? You have no idea how hungry it makes you, Kupo. But I must prove my duty. What supplies do you require this time? There you go. Ah, so these are the arid supplies. Any Kupo nuts? I thought not. In that case, feel free to take anything you need. The poor guy's just like sitting over here starting. Man, that is really one of the worst jobs, when you just have to sit in place
Poor man doesn't even have like an iPhone or nothing. He's just sitting there suffering. So this is the Moogle tool component. Moogle tool component. There it is. And we do need to make... Oh, we don't have to... Oh, yeah, we do need to make a fancy one. Let's get to work. Alright, so we'll start with muscle membrane. Hope that doesn't overdo it. Nice. Alright, then we're going to do... Restore 20 CP or... No, so we'll do precise touch. Nice. Then we're gonna do... I think we can get away with innovation. And then we'll do basic touch. Perfect. And then we'll swap over to... do waste not. Followed up by veneration. Followed up by basic. Hey! What do I think of the Soulblight Gravelords? Lore-wise, fantastic. They're awesome. I love them. They're great. I love all the AOS factions. All of the AOS factions have fantastic, super fun lore. Some are a little on the weaker side. Like, I think the Caradron Overlords and the Fire Slayers are they're not as strong as I would like, lore-wise. They've got some pretty good stuff, but it's not amazing. Almost all of the elves are S tier. All the destruction factions are great, and I think all of the death factions are really, really strong. A couple, I think that the Dwarden factions could use a bit more oomph. Are you finished already? Of course, I expect only the most superb craftsmanship from you. There you go, sir. Ah, yes. This is a masterpiece. Of that there can be no doubt. Now, we only need to take what I have made and... Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, the Soulblight Gravelords introducing basically 2 completely brand new vampiric bloodlines instead of just using the 5 from Warhammer Fantasy, I think is what makes it. Like, they still have the Von Karsteins, they still have the Lamians, and they still have the Blood Dragons, so the Blood Dragons are now called the Castellans, I think. But the 2 new ones, the 2 big new ones being the Lauka Vise bloodline, who the Vengorians. So the Vengorians, and then the Wolf bloodline. The starts with a V. Does it start with a V? I think it starts with a V. I can't remember what they're called, but the Wolf one is also super fucking cool. They're both fantastic. Virkos. Avangori. Yeah. Vengorian Lord of the Avangori bloodline. That's right. And then the Virkos bloodline. Yeah, I think the 2 new bloodlines are, like, fantastic. Look, Dalcarius. Have you ever seen a hammer so mighty, so majestic, so miniature? Ah, there is nothing like crafting something so fine with your own hand. Of course, I could not have done it without you, my friend. Dalcarius! Terracin, I am returned! And with all the missing supplies, no less. What's that smell? Have you been crafting? Indeed we have, my dear Mogson. A special present for our favorite Mogminder. I believe you will be most pleasantly surprised. Oh, I'm not falling for that again. I still remember the taste of disappointment when I bit to those fake Kupo nuts. What is it this time, Leather Cloud Mallow? Dalcarius, you too? Perhaps you are telling the truth after all. Very well, show me your present. And just in case, I shall gird my palm for the worst. just like hits him in the head with a hammer. Oh, look at that. That's a sexy looking hammer.
This hammer, it's different from the others. Both Dalcaris and I poured our hearts and souls into it, so I hope you are able to make good use of it. I believe this hammer, and other tools like it, will bring a marked improvement to the Mogbender's work. How does it feel, Mogson? It's so light and fits in my paws perfectly. Were those other tools just for practice? Why, I feel as if I could chip away at stone all day and night, Kupo. I am full glad to hear that. Truth be told, I know that you and the other Mogmenders were growing frustrated at your lack of progress. With this, I believe you will be able to produce work at the speed and quality I know you are capable of. I apologize. You shouldn't have had to go to such great lengths on our account. Nevertheless, you have my thanks, and the thanks of every single Mogmender. That is why we are here, is it not? To teach you and yours all we know, so that one day you might repair Zenith without guidance from a doddering old fool. So, there is no need to thank us, much less apologize. We shall be content to see you produce grand works. And so we shall, Kupo. I dare say this moment marks a new age for the Mogmenders. Woohoo! Society quest complete. He's about to go Super Saiyan. Galmaraz! Just starts splitting heads open. Thanks to your efforts, the Moogles have brand new tools to work with. Continue assisting the Mogmenders to see the repair of Barles completed. It's like if we gave Galmaraz to a fucking gnome. You are now respected. Woo! And hey, that gives us our last 3 dailies for today, which is great. Any idea when the next old world release will come, what it will be? Well, so the next actual, like, physical release, we already know what it is, which is going to be the, it's going to be the new Grand Cathay book, which is all about the breaching of the Great Bastion and how, like, part of the Great Bastion is going to get smashed open, by Chaos, and then they're going to get pushed back, I think. And that's coming with a big second wave for Grand Cathay. Like, it's a huge second wave for Grand Cathay. Because it's gonna give them, Drowsy Dragon. Yeah, wake up. My snout, it prickles. Oh, am I in your way? Forgive me, I was unaware. I shall find another place to rest. Oof. But we're getting like all of the new. So what's coming in the new stuff? We're getting peasants. So we're getting like peasant levy, peasant archers. I think we're getting iron hail gunners. Are we getting crane gunners as well? We're getting a decent amount of we're getting like a good wave of new minis for Grand Cathay. I don't remember what all's in it. I just remember it's pretty solid. Did the end times give anybody decent respectful to the character stories, or really just quick? No, there are a couple characters that had really good stories. None of them were as in depth as Queeks, I would say. Like, I would say, who all would I say had a good story? I would say Belagar had a really good story. It's very tragic and it's sad. And it is a full-on tragedy because he makes some wrong decisions.
And it's heartbreaking to see his character flaws basically come to get him, and it results in the death of him and his family, and it's heartbreaking. But I do think it's good character writing for Belagar. I think Gotrek and Felix had a pretty good end time storyline. Lewin Laneker had a fantastic end time storyline. There one is boat. I need to make a makeshift airship toy. Does not need to be high quality. So what? Yeah, Lewin Laneker had an awesome end-time story. Kugoth Plaguefather and Festus the Leech Lord both had good stories. Vlad von Karstein had a mostly good story. It wasn't perfect, but it was pretty fucking good. Though I would argue he probably shouldn't have been in the end times. I think his story was fine, wrapped up as it was. Bringing him back for the end times was a bit, it would not have been my choice. I'll say that. The Dragonets toss their airships off the edge of the isle as gravity overtakes their main voyages. The Laughing Pups swoop down after them, disappear in the clouds. Who else? A lot of the Lizardmen had pretty decent end stories. Mazdamundi's story was very sad, but I thought they did a really good job with Mazdamundi. Same with Lord Croak. Lord Croak kind of fulfilled the prophecy about him, where, like, it's the end of the world, it's the end of the reality as we know it, and he shows up and does what he's gonna do. Krokgar had a really cool story. I just wish they had kind of decided what they were trying to do with him right at the end, because we don't really know what happens to him. But outside of that, Krokgar had a fantastic story. Tehanuin's wasn't awful, but it wasn't great. Oxiodal. Oh, dude, Oxiodal had such a fucking good moment. I wouldn't call it a story, but he had a good moment in the end times. Oxiodal and Chockhawks both were absolutely fantastic in the end times. Lord Skroak had a pretty good story. I thought Lord Skroak was mostly handled fine. I would have liked to see a bit more, but they could only do so much with the time that he was on screen, and I think they did a good job with the time they gave him. Let's see. I think Thoric Ironbrow had a good showing in the end times. Krell had an excellent story. Cetra the Imperishable had a good story. I thought the way they handled and concluded this story of Prince Apophis was actually done really well. I thought Prince Apophis was handled perfectly, and he has this big moment where he almost saves the world out of his own selfish asshole arrogance and his own desire to help himself instead of doing what's right for the rest of the world, which also kind of leads into Nagash surviving one of the few weapons that could have actually killed him. Archon the Black had a pretty decent storyline in the grand scheme of things. It had a couple bumps, but for the most part it was fine. Vulcan had a okay storyline. There's a lot of things that aren't as expanded on as they should have been, but it was fine for what it was. Vulcan was kind of shoehorned in there, but for the most part he was fine. Monk stew. Let's see. None of the ogres had good storylines. Skarsnik's was okay. It didn't have a good ending. Like, the ending wasn't satisfying or interesting. So I wouldn't say any of the greenskins had a good story. Grimgore, if they hadn't skipped so much of it, I think Grimgore's story would have been fun, but they skipped a ton of it. Trying to think if I've missed anyone. Luther Harkin had a really fun story that I think suited his character reasonably well, and he kind of dies in a bit of a, not a goofy way, but he dies in a way that he wouldn't have if he wasn't Luther Harkin. I didn't want to go here, I wanted to go here. Oh yeah, I gotta pick up my stupid journal. I'm not gonna do it right now, but I should at least pick it up. Let's see. I thought Ungrim Ironfist and Thorgrim Grudgebearer both had good stories. I mean, Thorgrim's obviously doesn't end on a note. It ends on a bit of a twist that was not necessary. I kind of wish they had not gone with the twist, but they did go with the twist ending, and I didn't love that part. I wish they had put more effort into showing how that could have gone down better, but you know, it is what it is. What am I looking for? This is the wrong thing. Special arms. All right, ma'am, I need 5 Thavnarian Mist. Well, I need groups of 5. So why don't we get 15 of that? And then I need 5 Superior Enchanted Ink. So why don't we spend 300 on that? Oh wait, I need, how much of this material do I have? I have 15 mist. Do I have any? Yes, I do have some umbre. Okay, cool. So yeah, let's go ahead and buy that. This is for my stupid super weapon for Dark Knight. So let me go talk to this chick. Do I have it currently equipped? No, I don't. I need to equip it, though. Wrong one. There it is. Hello, Ulan. I need to foster some growth. Wait, what's wrong? Oh, I need to exchange for crystal sand. That's what it is. There it is. Bit by bit by bit, we grow. Okay. Good for now. We'll get some more when we do weekly shit. All right. Scion, are you here, by the way? Are we getting any more of the Dragon Children with the new release? With the new tabletop release? No, not yet. We're not getting another Dragon Kid yet. There's no new special character. I'll put it that way. Because if Scion is here, I know he is eager for us to get to main story quest. So if he's still here, I think we'll jump straight into... Okay, he is here. Okay, cool. So, alright guys, I think it is main story quest time. What is this quest for? Heaven Sent. I don't remember this one. Okay, this is the Beast Tribe quest. Is this the Beast Tribe quest? That is Beast Tribe. Okay, cool. Perchance to Hanami. This quest is done, I just haven't turned it in. I don't remember that being important. So we're gonna go do While You Were Away. Okay, so before we jump into this, I'm going to move around a bit, stretch my legs. I'm also gonna get some snackies. So why don't we take a quick ad break? We can play ads while I'm away. So I'll go ahead and activate that button. But I'm gonna do the BRB screen if I can fucking find it. Which one of these is? There it is. So we're gonna do a quick BRB. I'll run Twitch ads and stuff while we're doing that. I'm gonna go get some snacks and a drink, and I'm gonna stock up on some more water. That way, when I get back, we can just get into it. Might also switch. I think I'm gonna switch my desk to standing mode as well. I think that could be good. I'm just watching to make sure nothing breaks. Okay, cool. Which cuts off my head a bit, but that should be fine. I just... Man, I need to... Problem is that green screen does not go any further off the ground. And I'm a large man. Standing desk might be better for streams where I don't use the green screen, now that I think about it. Alright, we'll do sitting. That's fine. Alright, anyway. Running ads now. I'm gonna go get some food and stuff. I will be back in just a bit. Ooh! No. Too low. Too low. Too low. Oof, that was almost a disaster. I will. Ooh. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Sadie's acting a little weird. I'm wondering if somebody yelled at her or something, because she's acting a little strange. Like, normally she's very excited to do whatever I'm asking her to do, but right now she's flopping over whenever I try and like get her to do something. Like, she's worried she's in trouble, but anyway, I let her outside and she found some kind of critter to chase, so she chased after something, and then she was guarding the bird feeders, which, like, fine, but it was time to come inside, and instead of doing what I told her to do, which was come inside, she was flopping, so I had to pick her up and carry her inside because she wasn't willing to move. So I might check up on her the next time we do a break, so maybe in like an hour or so I'll check on her again to see if she's, because I can't tell if it's like she's upset or she thinks that I'm upset, and so she's being, because she doesn't look like she's in pain, and she's not acting like she's in pain. Like, I stretched out her legs and everything. It seemed like she can walk fine. It just seemed like she didn't want to do what I was asking her to do. So I left her downstairs. I didn't force her to come upstairs because I could carry her upstairs, but it would be not fun for either of us. But I carried her all the way in from the backyard, which, that is a 90-pound monster of a dog. That was a bit more sudden exercise than I had intended. She didn't fight me though. She was very good. Like, I picked her up and she was just like, okay, I guess we're doing this now. Ugh. I need a second to catch my breath. Well, it's good to know that in an emergency, I can actually carry her quite easily. And she wasn't complaining or bucking or anything, so. Anywho, how are you guys? Ugh. Yeah, so let's say like in an hour. Say like in an hour, I'll take another break to check on her. Ow. Okay. All right. Without further ado, it is time to resume the main story quest, where we have returned to Gear Albania, one of the two, to find out what's been going on here after we essentially won the fighting in over in Hingashi. Voice acting? Nah, dig it. There you are. You have heard the news. In broad strokes from Admiral Bluffisfin. What happened? Kryle and a squadron of resistance fighters were escorting Y'shtola and several other wounded to the Rising Stones for further treatment, when they were ambushed by Imperial forces. Oh, that's right. Kryle was captured and met the prince, the Crown Prince, and they got Y'shtola too. Or no, did they bring Y'shtola back? Arenvald and his men fought valiantly, but in the chaos... I will make no excuses. We failed to protect her. Do not be so hard on yourself. You protected Y'shtola and the others, did you not? Tell us about the attack. It was the skulls. They knew a path across the wall we hadn't found. We thought we were safe once we reached the Black Shroud. We weren't expecting an ambush. During the fighting, I caught a glimpse of their leader's memories. It was all planned. The advantage of having a walker in the field. I'm not as strong in the echo as Dalkarius is, of course. Half the time it's enough to knock me on my arse, like I've taken a dose of concentrated ether. So you walked in Fordola's memories? What did you see? Fucking hate Fordola. It's all coming back. It's all coming back. A woman promised the world. Education, training, citizenship, all that and more if she but sold her soul. A traitor to her people, a pretender to her masters. It was Xenos himself that gave the order. Told her to return with Cryo Baldician, alive. Agents have been carefully monitoring Imperial communications since the attack, but have yet to intercept any transmissions making reference to Krau or her current whereabouts. If their orders were to bring Krau back alive, we can save her if we move quickly enough. As you say, time is of the essence, which is why I intend to slip past enemy lines and see what information I can uncover on my own. In the meantime, it's up to you and our allies to command the Imperial's undivided attention. Lots of shouting and explosions and so forth. Keep them distracted, and I will find her. Very well. I wish I could do more to aid you, but I understand. Commander Kemp is on his way to the castrum as we speak for a meeting with General Alden. If you hurry, you can find him on the road and discuss the situation beforehand. I think Dalkarius and I are going to go and see Conrad like he suggested. You all wait here. Shit's getting bad. Where am I at on... What the fuck is a strategy board? What is a strategy board? Is this a new feature? I don't remember that being a thing. Ether currents. Where are we at for... What does this count as? The fringes. Oh my gosh, we still need like a ton. Okay. Okay, where's the ways down there? That's for Savage Ultimate Extreme Fights is purely in-game use? Oh, okay. Have I ever played Morrowind? Not in a long time. Manago's here. Well, well, isn't this a pleasant surprise? Fills my joy with heart to see the two of you hale and hearty. Hale and healthy. Bleh. Welcome home, Lyce, Dalkarius. I'm sure you've heard about Cryo by now. That's why we're here. I'm not sure what to think of it, but we'll save her. We'll definitely save her somehow. I have no doubt that you will. You look stronger for your time in the Far East, lass, and that's good news for Cryo. I'd like to think so, but enough about me. How is everything going with you and the Resistance? Better than when you last saw us, and no mistake. Ehrenwald's been a godsend. Him and Monago and all the other young bloods have achieved so much in such a short time. We've been blessed to receive the support of the Flames Alamigan Brigade, who've been instrumental in freeing our countrymen from labor camps through Gear Albania, as well as some political prisoners from the city proper, believe it or not. Together with the refugees returning from Ul'dah and elsewhere, we've had no shortage of able-bodied men and women eager to join the cause. I knew you wouldn't stop fighting, even after what happened at the Reach. Force of habit, I suppose. Though we've come a long way, we still have far to go, but we'll fight for every elm, and sooner or later, we'll get to Alamigo. But listen to me prattling on when we should be making haste to Castromorians. There's no point you telling me everything you know when you'll only have to say it all again for the Flame General's benefit. You're right. I'll go on ahead and tell the others you're not far off. Monago. There's at least one hot, sexy cat girl in every expansion. Yeah, and I didn't play Morrowind on PC. I played Morrowind on like the fucking, what was it, like the Xbox 360 or something like that? Ah, there's Pippin.
You've spoken with Thancred, then. Good. Take heart. If anyone can track her down, it's him. I believe I hear Commander Kemp's party approaching. If you are ready to address Father and the others, let us be about it. I will take a ring for Reaper. There you are. And there is Commander Kemp, I see. I know you are eager to speak of your next move, but we would first hear more of your last. Tell us of your deeds in Doma. This should be a cutscene that hopefully has voice acting. Voice acting?
Pray, join me in welcoming our Scion allies.
Yes!
But recently returned from their mission to the Far East. We have been most eager to hear a first-hand account of your time there, eventful as we understand it was.
Very well. Allow me.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price. Doma, free after all these years.
Bloody hells. Flooding their own castle for a better chance at victory. We could learn a thing or two from that lad.
Our agents report a flurry of communications between Garlemald and Alamigo in recent days. 'Tis plain they are in the midst of deliberating their response to the Doman uprising.
Good. Every Imperial unit in occupied territory will be on the lookout for civil unrest. The fear of leaving critical locations undefended will make commanders think twice about committing their forces, giving us a chance to seize the initiative.
We have a chance, aye. Mayhap the last one we're ever going to get. While we've done our best to rebuild the resistance, the Imperials have only increased their efforts to root out sympathizers. If we keep on playing for smaller prizes, it's only a matter of time before they crush us again. And that we won't come back from.
Yeah, we need to find a way to deal with the fucking
A
prince.
swift advance seems best for all concerned, not least poor Mistress Kryl.
Then let us waste no more time. The campaign for Alamigan liberation begins now. Our first objective will be to capture Castellum Valadina. Take the bridge, and the whole of the fringes will be ours. From there, we can push east towards the peaks. I name this operation Rulga's Beacon. For as Rulga once sent his star to guide our ancestors to these lands, so too shall it see us home.
Let's kick some ass! Whoop. Excuse me. The success of this operation is paramount. So long as the Empire holds Castellum Velodina, the main host cannot advance. Xenos knows this, which is why he has ordered Odola and her men to see to the bridge's defense. Oh, I really hope we're gonna catch up with fucking Verdola in this one.
So we'll get to fight the skulls again.
The Butcher is not to be underestimated. She is decisive, ruthless, and feared by foes and friends alike. But we have a plan to defeat her. First, we send an alliance force down the main road, signaling our intention to mount an all-out assault. The garrison will muster their forces and prepare for a protracted battle. However, they will soon find that we are ill-prepared for their counterattack. Our men will begin to break ranks and flee,
I see. Show them your backs and give them a target too tempting not to pursue. Aye. Fordola is too aggressive not to press the advantage. She will order her men to give chase. We lure them as far as East End, where the commanders will rally their forces and attempt to hold their ground. If all goes to plan, we should be able to keep the greater part of their garrison occupied, leaving us to tackle the bridge's remaining defenders. Very clever, I'm sure. But what are we to do if the Imperials smell a rat and return before we've taken the place? I don't need you to take Velodina, Commander Kemp. All I need is for you to fly your flag from its tower. You mean to trick them into believing that the bridge has fallen? Aye. We'll convince them Velodina is lost. Hit them hard with our reinforcements and watch them go running for the hills. Then, when the dust has settled, we regroup at the Castellum. What say you? It's a bold plan, but a good one. We'll do it. In that case, we shall support both the Resistance and the Alliance forces. Darkarius, Lyce, Ehrenwald, I ask that you accompany Commander Kemp. Alice and I will remain with the Flame General. We will return to Rogger's Reach and make our preparations. As soon as they are complete, we will join you in the field. Godspeed. It's time to go on the offensive! Bro, I want to kick the shit out of Fordola so bad. Even though I suspect she's going to be kind of used as a foil to, what's-her-face, the big bad from Doma. Who was like, they gave a reason why she was evil as fuck, but she was just, like, so far beyond gone. Like, there was no salvation for that chick. Fordola is being portrayed as like obnoxiously evil, but I have a suspicion there might be more to her than is initially apparent. Like, for all we know, maybe she's just trying to get close to Xenos so she can try and assassinate him or figure out what the source of his power is. Because Xenos is like horrifically powerful. In case you haven't noticed, the flag flying above Velodina is bloody massive. It'd take a dozen men to change it, and far too long besides. But there's no need for all that. Right, Minago? Not so long as I have my griffin and a satchel of glamour prisms, no. Ah, that's clever. Ehrenwald, you're in charge of the runners between us and the Alliance. No link pearls. Lyce, I want you to look in on the squadrons. Make sure they've got everything they need. Everybody clear? Aye, sir. All forces are to depart for Castellum Corvi when ready. That will be all. Now, Carius, stay with me a moment, if you would. Have I read the Hellboy comics, by the way? No, I need to at some point, because they're very up my alley. But I barely ever have read a comic. There's a few men I'd like you to look in on personally. Each of them has lost people, and I can tell that it weighs on their hearts. There have been a lot of new faces since you were last here, so it's best if I just tell you where to look. One's an officer you'll find in the barber. Another's an older fellow who likes to pass the time on the shore of Starfall. The last is a fiery young lad from Little Alamigo, who I'm told trains by himself by the river to the fringes. You'll know when you see them. Come and find me when you're finished. Gotta pump people up. Swarthy resistance fighter. I say, if it isn't the lad who helped me find the ward I misplaced.
Ah, but there I go again, treating you as an equal. It wasn't till after you'd gone that one of my comrades pulled me aside and told me it was only the bleeding hero of Eorzea who'd taken the time out of his busy day to help me. Well, what is done is done. But know that I will fight with every ounce of my strength in this coming battle, and the next, and the next. Mayhap that will serve to repay the favor. Fare you well. Thanks, old timer.
Wait, I know you. Lieutenant Adracia of the Twinada. It is an honor to meet you. I was living hand to mouth in Ul'dah, but decided to enlist in the flames after I heard tales of your daring do. And now, as fate would have it, I've been sent here to join in the fight for my homeland's liberation. Ah, but this is no time to talk. I've got to prepare for the operation. Take care, Lieutenant. We'll give those Imperial whore sons what for.
Yeah, I'd really like to read the comics. Like, I know quite a bit about Hellboy. Like, I know about, I'd love to do a read-through, especially of, like, Hellboy and the Crooked Man. Because the Crooked Man made for a pretty interesting antagonist. I could get to that spot real quick. Just gonna do a little bit of parkour. Damn it.
Dalkarius, am I right? I doubt you remember me, but I'll never forget you. Saved my life in Little Alamigo, you did. Wilred and the rest of us had got it into our heads that if we had enough crystals, we could summon Ralgur like the Amalja summoned their god. Thankfully, you put a stop to it. Ever hear about what happened to Wilred? Joined the Braves when they came calling, only to turn up dead one day. Never found out how or why, but I reckon it doesn't matter. Dead's dead after all. But at least he died doing what he thought was right. And maybe that's the best folks like us can hope for, eh? Not that I'm in any hurry, mind.
Should check out a one called the Conqueror Worm. Already got ads running, so I'm gonna just see if I can grab this while ads are doing their fucking thing. Let's see. It should be possible to stick this landing. Oh, come on. I had it. We'll just do this until the ads are over. I'm not gonna, like, dedicate my life to it, because it'll be a lot easier if I can fly, which will come later. Conqueror Worm is good. Oh, okay. We got some more people chiming in. Alright. Let's try this one more time. Yeah! That's what I'm talking about. God damn it. The Destroyer! Over the course of centuries, disciples of the Fist of Ralgur worked away at the rocky cliff, carving it back to create this colossal image of the Destroyer. By virtue of its size, it's said to have stood defiant through the Mad King's savage attack of the temple, and stands defiant to this day. Nice. It is pretty goddamn impressive, not gonna lie. Big old Zeus-looking motherfucker. In about 25 seconds of more of ads, and then we're good. Just hang out over here. Four, 3, 2, 1. You've had a word with the men I mentioned, then. As I'm sure you've noticed, they've another thing in common aside from tragedy. You've touched each of their lives in one way or another. But that's not the reason I wanted you to speak with them. A man who's lived in Albania all his life, or his entire life, who bore witness to the realities of the occupation for 20 unbroken years. A man who fled Alamigo in search of a new life, who swore to serve another nation, only for fate to conspire to send him back here. A youth born on foreign soil, who never knew his parents' homeland, yet nevertheless felt kinship with our cause. 3 men, 3 stories, 3 reasons, yet all belong to the Resistance. In growing larger, we've grown more diverse, and while there is good in that, there's also the potential for strife and discord. It'd take a special sort to lead such men to Alamigo, don't you think? Someone like Lice, you mean? I see we're of one mind. She'll have to make the decision for herself, of course. You've traveled with her, been by her side when she's had to make hard choices. You've seen her at her worst and her best. If you think she's got it in her, then she does. Look after her, Dalkarius. She's our future. My hope. Yeah, she can have Alamigo. I'm the Great Han. I've got my job. I've got my job. I trust I need say that this conversation is just between you and me. Good lad. Right then, we'd best head to Castellum Corvi, or what remains of it, rather. Showtime! Fred Weeb asks, oh right, if the Skaven hadn't stopped Nagash with the Fellblade, the world was basically fucked, wasn't it? So, the world would have been in a really bad spot, yes. I think it's pretty debatable if it would have been, like, completely doomed. There are many very, very, very powerful forces in the Warhammer world that would have risen to the occasion to fight back Nagash, but the world would have been dramatically different. Dramatically different. He would have essentially been able to ascend to a mortal form, or not a mortal form, a empirical form, a physical form of godhood, instead of being an etheric being a being bound to reality, which is very spooky. So, you know, obviously it's good he didn't do that, but it would have been very interesting. Me and Andy have kind of kicked around the idea a little bit when we talked about on Lorebeards, and Andy definitely is in the camp where he thinks Nagash would have been, it would have been a different world, but he seems to think very strongly that Nagash would have been defeated. I disagree a bit. I think that Nagash would have been an overwhelming force, and that would have been kind of, I think there are opportunities that would have arisen to check his advances, but I think if there wasn't some kind of notably great alliance to stop him, that he would have been borderline unstoppable. There are places where he would have been slowed down, I agree. Like, I think Grand Cathay, for instance, would have been able to hold him at bay for a long time, but I do think inevitably he would have won if the Skaven hadn't stopped him, because he would have been controlling millions upon millions upon millions of undead all at once. Like, it would have been horrific how huge, because the original Great Ritual was supposed to do two things. It was supposed to start, the big thing was that it was supposed to start resurrecting it was supposed to resurrect all of the dead of Nehekara, which we're talking about thousands of years worth of corpses in a empire obsessed with preserving their dead in as powerful a fashion as possible. So I mean, the scale of the army he would have been wielding is obscene to think about. Like, and the legions of an entire nation and everyone that has ever died in it organized behind a singular will. That's it's obscene. It's absurd how powerful that is. And if Nagash had actually had the time to recover after successfully completing the ritual, there is implied to be a second stage of it where he was going to basically start unleashing this spell that would start basically spreading outwards from Nehekara and Nagashazar and start poisoning all of what is alive in the world and just killing vast swaths of people while also resurrecting any and all dead it could find. Now, the question ultimately boils down to if you're a believer of, could Nagash have been checked by other forces? I personally think Nagash, that was his moment. Like, that was Nagash's moment and the closest he ever got in Warhammer Fantasy to achieving ultimate victory. And personally, I think it kind of takes away from the story a bit to imply that, oh no, like, he would have been stopped by, like, the elves, or he would have been stopped by Grand Cathay or Chaos or something. Because I just don't think it matches with the tone of the narrative that's being told around him. And I also don't think it matches the realities of how obscenely, grotesquely powerful he was at that point. Especially because that would have only been the first version of the Great Ritual. I think he would have done more to augment it and to specialize it and to further his research and knowledge. And I think at the very minimum, he would have taken over the entirety of the old world, at bare minimum. I think the only forces that would have had even a remote chance of surviving his ascension would have been, like, the elves, because they're so far away, Chaos, obviously, and Grand Cathay. I think those are the only forces that would have stood any kind of realistic chance at checking him. But I really think that the sheer numbers he was about to be unleashing, and Nagashazar was an impenetrable fortress, hidden in one of the nastiest fucking mountain ranges because of everything he's twisted it. So I don't think anyone else, I think the Skaven were the only faction that had a realistic chance to sneak up on him like that because they knew Nagashazar. They knew it. I don't think anyone else in the world would have had a realistic chance to stop him. Now, that being said, it could have, it could have been that an Everchosen would have risen up, and that would have actually, if you believe the stories that Morkar the Uniter was the first Everchosen and the Everchosen that fought Sigmar, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. It makes more sense for Morkar the Uniter to be more like the 7th Everchosen, or like the 8th one, instead of the first one. But like, I think Chaos would have definitely, I think a Everchosen would have arisen to fight him. But I don't know if they could have beat him, because Nagash is, he's something else, man. Alright, anyway, let's get into this. We'll lead the way while the other units launch their own separate attacks. Remember that we need to hold out until Monago sees to the flag. Got your gear in order? Any moment now. Let's do it! The war for Gear Albania begins anew.
It's begun then.
And more voice acting.
Good. It's the waiting that drives me mad. Standing around, knowing what's to come. I'll never get used to it.
Calm down, Nargo. You're making her nervous. We've come this far, haven't we? We just need to make it the rest of the way.
Right.
Looks like the bastards went for the bait. The bridge is ours for the taking. Now remember, Monago, I want you to make for the tower as soon as you see an opening and get that flag flying. We'll see to the fighting.
I won't let you down, sir.
Come then. Rolga's star shall burn bright this day.
It's fucking go time! YouTube chat, y'all still good? My chat like blinked out for a second. Just want to make sure y'all are still good in there. If anyone could just give me a thumbs up. Quickly now, we've got to search Melodina before General Alden and his forces are overwhelmed. Scouts ahead! If they see us, they'll warn the others. Not if we kill them first. Sup, nerds? It's time for home.
Here it comes!
Get stunned, bitches! That's the last of them. Let's keep moving. Do you think there's any other spellcaster in Warhammer history, more or otherwise, that's capable as Nagash is? At his height? No sign of sentries. General Alden must have his hands full. But let's seize the bridge and be done with it. Seems a little too easy. I'm worried that they have a counter trap. They've left a token force behind. Nothing we can't handle. Oh my gosh. We got like artillery cannons and everything. Fire's will! Kill every last one of the savages. Savages? You use that word. Cannons! They can use the fire on Nago. Not if I have anything to say about it. Prepare to be thrusted by my wind. the last of the cannons. Sit for Nago now. Bring in the bird. Oh shit, she's here. Think you're clever with all your little tricks? Think again. None of you are leaving here alive. Oh, bring it, bitch. You may have survived the Reach, hero, but this time you won't be so lucky. I've been waiting for you. Gordola Rim Lupus. What's that, like Gordola of the Wolf? This bridge belongs to the Empire. I'm not about to give it up. You seem to believe it's optional. This is very silly. What? Beetles? Hero or not, you'll die like all the rest. I don't think I will. This is my bridge, and you're not taking it from me. Oh, shrinking our little arena here. Ow, knock me back to the fire, you jerk.
Meet my new friend!
No? How many of these fucking things can she make? 4, apparently. Oh.
I'll cut you to pieces!
I don't think you're going to. Look at you being clever. And she's down. Nago, mate! We've only got to hold a little bit longer. Fix the flag! Get on, loser.
God damn you! No more running! No more hiding! Let's finish this!
Get her, girl!
Look! The flag!
Got it. Look at that beautiful flag. She's wailing up there. Woo! Good shot, kid.
The bridge is ours! Al amigo! Al amigo! Al amigo! Yeah!
Yeah, they're scattering.
Stand your ground! It's not over yet!
Says you.
Damn it!
Oh, you coward.
Let them go, Lys. We've done what we came here to do. That's enough for now.
Problem is, now we have to actually change out the flag. You're right, that is a giant flag. Ooh, our forces are not having a good time. Ah, the general! Get him, Raban!
Yeah!
Man, you would not want to see that you're...
Philadina is fallen? Impossible.
That would be such a bad look.
We have them on the run! Forward! No mercy!
Like, if you're a garrison
Regroup.
force...
Regroup! We have to regroup! All units, fall back!
If you thought your garrison had fallen and you're a garrison force, that is not bueno. you need to get the hell out of there. Bro, that's like the first meaningful victory we've had in Alamigo in like a billion years.
Commander, the 4th cohort has been routed. We'll be at the mercy of the enemy's reinforcements if we don't fall back now.
Idiot! We have the stronger force by far. Don't be taken in by their tricks. Or would you rather tell Xenos you lost to this rabble?
No, but if the snakes betray us in the confusion, we'll have no way out. I'm begging you, Commander. Give the order, or we'll all die here.
She's about to stab that dude.
As common traitors who drank of muddied waters. For all the good it did us. Skulls with me! The day is theirs, and so is this bastard bridge.
Oh, he convinced her.
Someone bring the snake.
They're actually retreating. Because she's right. If they had just held, they would have been fine. More than likely, they would have been fine. They would have been able to hold.
I suppose. It's our first victory, isn't it? And that has to be worth something.
Yeah. Nicely done, kiddos. So now the takeover is real. Because they just gave it up, the damn fools.
It's a shame Fordola got away, but we did what we came here to do. I have to remind myself it's just the first step, but it's a big one. We're going to take it back. All of it. One ilm at a time if we have to. Vera! How are you? Hi, Vera. Hi, Vera. Hi, Vera. Hi, Vera.
Hey, Parth, do you know how to do shoutouts? If not, now would be a good time to learn. If you do exclamation mark SO and then write Vera Samilla's name. Oh, Hawk's here. Hi from the hotel room. Did you have a good weekend? Did you have a good time? Everyone, look, everyone look at Vera. Hold on, look, hold on, look. She's got a Twitch partner badge. She's got a Twitch partner badge now. See it? She's got that little purple check mark. Look at her. Look at her. She's a Twitch partner now. Oh, our girl did it. We're so proud of Vera. We're so proud. She did so good. She's got that purple check mark now. Look at her being a big girl. This is so much fun. That's good. I'm glad you had a really good time. So y'all be sure to go give her a follow if you haven't already, because she's a big deal now. She's always been a big deal, but she's like a big official deal now. And she's great and awesome. And she just finished Undertale. I need to finish watching your playthrough, because your playthrough just happened to like coincide with the time I was supposed to be at a card tournament. Yeah. I'm glad you had a good time at MagFest. I will definitely try to go next year. I have too many I have too many expenses right now. Super excited to spin at the RPG corner also. Yes, yeah, tell me about it. I am excited for that the Lorebeard stuff is finally kind of fucking fixed. So we can actually like pay people. You met Abaddon? The Despoiler? Or like another Abaddon? From Lancers / 6 Billion Demons. Oh, okay. Cool. I don't know who that is, but cool. Yeah, I was watching some people talk about MagFest, and I was like, holy shit, that looks way more fun than... I didn't know what it even really was. I didn't realize that it's basically like just a big music video game festival. It's not really a convention, it's more like a festival. From what I saw, which I was like, oh, that looks so much more fun than a convention. Like, I guess it has a convention component, but it seems like the real draw is like all the other stuff, which is pretty hype. All right, let's see what we got here. Well, I'm pleased you're doing well. I'm trying to get through as much main story quests as I can tonight, especially because I massively fucked up my sleep schedule, like a genius. So I'm just cruising. Though, actually, okay, before we, you know what, no, we'll go ahead and accept this quest. After we accept this, I do need to take a quick break to check on Sadie, to just make sure she's doing okay. Oh, you too? You too what? Some baddie fellow. There's still a chance that some Imperials are holed up inside the Castellum. We'll need to search it from top to bottom to be sure it's safe. In the meantime, I want you to rendezvous with the main host. Keep your weapons at the ready. There's a chance you might come face to face with soldiers on the run en route. Oh, mucked up sleep, yay. On second thought, it might be prudent for you to do a preemptive sweep of the region for soldiers that have gone to ground. We shouldn't afford them any time to regroup and launch a counterattack. When you've judged your work to be done, report to General Alden in Bittermill. You got it, boss. Am I near the next ether current? 475 to the east. No. Not yet. Not yet, but soon. I guess we'll do this part real quick. I'm 99% sure Sadie's fine. I think she's just in a bit of a mood. You fucked your sleep schedule so badly? Yeah. Yeah. It's so nice to finally have a fucking... Saw this! I'm not dying today! Well, you should have surrendered instead of standing there like an idiot. Because now you're gonna get stun-locked to fucking hell and back, my dude. Get holy! Get holy! Get holy! Get holy! I'm paid to fuck up my sleep schedule? You work nights? There's sometimes a part of me that's like, I kind of wish I had like a weird work from home job in addition to all the YouTube stuff I do. You know what I really wish? I wish I had a very minimal, like 20 hours a week, like not much, but just like a really minimal part-time job that was work from home that was taxed income. That would help so much when it came to tax season. Because the worst fucking thing about being a content creator is tax season. It is awful. Like, I'm already dreading this upcoming one. Don't come any closer! Well, you could have surrendered. Instead, you're fighting me like an absolute nerd. I have a 10-hour-a-week part-time job. It's at the zoo. Yeah, see, I wouldn't want to be leaving, though. What I really need to do is I need to figure out how I can start being hired on as, like, a consultant or, like, a writer or other shit for, like, Warhammer Fantasy stuff. That's what I really probably need to do. Or, like, editing stuff. It's like I'm good at it. I just don't have really a foot in any kind of industry at the moment. You dispatch trades? Oh, that's cool. Well met. All's well at the bridge. Yeah. Good, good. The fighting has died down here too, as you can see. Pippin left but a moment ago with a contingent of troops to occupy Velodina. If and when the Imperials return, they'll find us dug in behind their own walls. I could not have hoped for a better outcome, General. Splendidly done. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It'll take more than one Castellum to turn the tide. My men and I will deal with the remaining enemy forces. Scions, I bid you return to Commander Kemp and his men. Thanks, General. Delight not overmuch in victory, not when there are battles left to fight. Our work here is finished. Our resistance allies are waiting. We'll finally get to go to the east side of the fucking map. We've been stuck on the west side of this map for, like, ages. Simply don't pay taxes? Just don't pay. It's not like the US government right now just seems like it's hungry for the chance to hurt as many people as possible. Just don't pay them. What's the worst that could happen? No thank you. No thank you. Back so soon. I suppose the General and his men had matters well in hand. The Vice Marshal and his men showed up not long after you left. The gods are good, there will be no one left to fight. It's a bold move, Cotton. Let's see how it plays out for him. Listen, I'm not a VTuber, at least not yet, okay? I can't dodge taxes yet. I'm still a flesh tuber. It's riskier this way. If I'm just a cartoon, then, like, you know, you can't tax cartoons. They're not real people. All right, y'all sit tight for just a second. I'm not even gonna put up the BRB screen because I'm only gonna be gone for just a little bit. I'm just gonna go see if I can find the dog and check to make sure she's okay. She was acting a little weird earlier, so I'm just gonna make sure she's all right. I'll be right back.
You bring a token trinket to give to Throt, yes, yes? Good, good. I accept your offering for Mulder Clan.
At sign of the Emperor 1,240 donated $7.99 through Super Chat. Pretty soon you should be able to unlock one of the Stormblood Allied societies, which will be helpful with leveling all your other low-level jobs.
Okay, I'm back. Ooh. She's fine. She's sleeping. Oh, Simon, thank you for the super chat. Pretty soon you should be able to unlock one of the Stormblood Allied Societies, which will be helpful in leveling all other low-level jobs. Oh, good to know. I know you're not one for waiting, but if you'll bear with us... Commander Kim, Marshal Terrapin reports that the sweep of the Castlum's interior has been completed. So it's finally over, eh? Pray extend to him my deepest thanks. Damn, Vera, isn't it like 2:30 over there? Shouldn't you be getting some sleep? It's official then. Castellum Valodina's is well and truly ours. Mayhap this calls for... Wait, where is Monago? She took her bird and flew off towards the Peering Stones, the village of the Im tribe where she was born. The Im tribe, huh? I will rest. You gotta teach day 2. Girl, go get some sleep. What are you doing? What are you doing? Get her out of here. Mods! Mods! Get her the fuck out of here. Good night, Vera. Rest well. Because she's in... I know, it's weird to see Im Village. I doubt that the Imperials who fled Velodina had a mind to give them trouble on their way back east, but she was nevertheless worried, so I gave her leave to go and see that her people were safe. Though I pray you are right, 'twould be best if Monago were not alone if she should encounter the enemy. Agreed. Let's all go to the Peering Stones and make sure that everything is all right. If that is your wish, then I've no objection. Just let the guard know when you wish to cross. It's bridge crossing time! We're about to open a whole new side of the map. Exciting. Greetings, Scion. Do you wish to pass? I do. I do indeed. We love Vera here. I'm so proud of Vera. If y'all haven't checked her out, you seriously should. Like, I really think... You know when you meet someone and you can tell they're just on the cutting edge of, like, they're gonna be something big? You just know. She's got them vibes, man. She's got that hunger. Can't wait for when on Lordbeer's when soon we'll be able to kind of just cut her loose and let her just do the things that she wants to do and just see what happens. I'm gonna go grab some parts of the map here. Hell yeah. Don't. That was a tiny ass little portion of the map. Okay. I do, it does make me laugh when the cat people have all the M's in their names at the start, because then it's like, m'lady, but like, Monago. I miss my cat girl girlfriend from the A Realm Reborn. Alright. That should be good enough. Berta, huh? Sure, why not? I'm right here. And it's almost dead. Bitch, why are you missing so much health? Hello, Bright Eyes. Neat. Thank you, Bright Eyes. I appreciate the assistance. Oh, Parth, yeah, that's true. The path to the village is through a tunnel just east of here. Follow me. Random question. Does anyone in chat not have the Tides of Torment DLC for Total War Warhammer 3? Random question. I do like the villages in Alamigo are actually genuinely well hidden. You don't? Okay. What would y'all think if we did just a quick little giveaway? Because I gave away some copies of the game, but one of the people never fucking responded, like ever. And it has been several days, and I'm tired of waiting. I want to get rid of it. So if you want it, there can't be that many of y'all, right? It's a very late night stream. And I figured we could sneak this in here. And no one will be the wiser. So here's what we're gonna do. If you want it, I'm gonna do it the manual way. Oh, Hawk, you don't need to worry about Nightbot because there's people in 2 different chats. If you want it, say literally in chat, real quick. Say, "I want the key, please." Like, say those exact words so I know you're here. And that you actually want it. If you don't want it, then don't say anything. I'm suspecting there are less than 20 of you, and I have a D20, and I'm just gonna roll it. Yes, that's the one that is Sail the Faithless, Sea Lord Islin, and Takala. Yeah. We're gonna do a secret giveaway in as a reward for y'all coming to hang out and watch Final Fantasy XIV. It's a secret reward. All right, so I've got 1, 2, 3 people. I'll wait just a couple of extra seconds. Oh, this is such a cool little village. Good evening, Redwood. How are you doing? All right, last call. Last call. If you want a Tides of Torment DLC as a secret giveaway for tonight's stream, last call. Last call. All right, so we've got Violet Ember, Some Batty Fellow, and T4 Stingo. Those are the only 3 people that have said they want... Oh, and Maladol. So we got 4 people. 4 people that want the key. All right, I have a D20. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to assign each of you 5 numbers. So Violet Ember will be 1 through 5. Some Batty Fellow will be 6 through 10. Maladol will be 11 through 15. And T4 Stingo will be 16 through 20. Super easy. I am now going to roll this D20, and whoever's number I get gets the key. All right? Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Here we go. A 20. I got the 20 on the D20. T4 Stingo. T4 Stingo got with the natural 20. The nat 20. T4 Stingo, if you would please send me a DM over on the Discord with proof, just like an easy screenshot proof that you are who you say you are. Just like with your like, oh look, here's my profile, whatever. And I will provide you the key and the instructions on how to use it, because it's actually provided by like a company that you have to kind of go through a bit of a thing to do it, but it's not hard. Cool beans. So because it's a 20, does that mean you'll reroll for another giveaway? No. No. I'm tempted to do something insane. I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. So I think I'm gonna resist the urge. I think I'll resist the urge, because it would be inappropriate to do it during a stream like this. I shouldn't, so I'm not going to. I'm gonna resist the urge. It's very tempting, but I'm gonna resist, because if I were to do it during this stream, that would be very dumb from every business perspective possible. All right, let's carry on.
Ah, you've come. Welcome, friends, to my village. My home.
I love Mikote so much.
Another wretched, foul lizard thing joins the red.
Gonna silence that. How fair are your people, he said.
Good, all things considered. Better than the Ananta at any rate. They've sent an emissary. I'll take you to her.
Thank you, Paladol, for the 4 months of Prime. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, the snake people want to talk.
We're here to help. Will you tell us what happened?
Aye. It began with a quarrel between the Imperials and the Kaliana.
Kaliana.
The Kaliana are another Ananta tribe. The strongest and the most influential.
They're much more normal-looking faces than I
Unlike the
expected.
Vera, they want no part of our troubles. They swore fealty to the Empire, and were content to remain within their borders.
Tisk, tisk.
Just so. The Kaliana forsook their pride in the fight and yielded to Garlemald long ago.
They do have the cute S's, though, so that's a point in their favor.
But then a new commander was sent to hold the Black Bridge. She demanded the Kaliana surrender a hostage, this butcher.
Fordola. It doesn't make sense, though. The Vera are the ones working with the Resistance. Why would she threaten the Kaliana?
Because she is ignorant like all Imperials. She knows not the difference between Kaliana and Vera, nor does she care to learn.
I see. All Fedola knew for sure was that the resistance would come from the west. She reasoned, therefore, that if the Ananta on the east bank turned their coats, she would be trapped. I take it the Kaliana had no choice but to oblige her.
And Ferdola's a racist too?
No, they did not. The Imperials left with the Kaliana broodmother's own daughter, Anamika. Long days and nights she looked out on the Black Bridge weeping for her child. Until you came. The broodmother knew at once which way the winds would blow. She and her warriors met with the fleeing Imperials in the road and demanded that her daughter be returned.
Ooh. Standoff.
Bad idea. Fordola's not the kind to take threats lying down.
You know her well. The butcher turned her blade to Anamika and bade the Kaliana move aside.
So we gotta rescue the kiddo.
But the brood mother would not yield.
Oh.
I know where this is going.
Did she kill her?
The Kaliana surrounded the Imperials, one of whom, whether out of fear or stupidity, cut the child down.
Ooh.
There was naught that could be done.
Oh, that's not good.
What madness.
They killed the hostage? Jesus.
The true madness was yet to come. For in her despair, the Kaliana broodmother cried out for her daughter to be restored to life. She beseeched Sri Lakshmi's intercession.
Oh boy.
She summoned a primal then and there?
Fresh primal!
That she did, if only for an instant. Bereft of courage and honor, the broodmother sought solace in her faith.
Well, that's fucking tragic.
The Imperials fled in terror at the sight of the goddess, abandoning these lands to the Ananta. Now the Kaliana bid us make pilgrimage to pay proper respects. Yet though we Veera revere Sri Lakshmi as the holiest of the holy, we will not prostrate ourselves before her.
Sri Lakshmi.
And so you turn to us?
Aye. All who have fought with the resistance have heard tell of the warrior, the icon slayer.
Everybody's fucking staring at me. I feel a little awkward.
I believe we have heard enough. Inconvenient though the timing may be, if a primal has indeed been summoned, we can scarce afford to ignore it. We must needs discuss how best to resolve this situation.
This is the... I can't remember if this is the second or the third primal we've tussled with in this expansion. I'm trying to remember. Oh, these are all melee classes. I'll take the Reaper set. This is the second one. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because I remember the Turtle Guy's God. He was super fun. Are there any named undead dragons? The one that Zacharias the Ever-Living rides on is a known dragon. Like, it has like a notable storyline, but it doesn't have a name. Because he didn't know its name. He killed it in its sleep. So by the time it died and he resurrected it as his mount, he didn't know its name. So it doesn't have one. If I recall correctly. So but the dragon he rides on is notably scary. So that's Zacharias. I'm trying to remember if there's a big bad undead dragon. Mzimzizi. Ooh, give me that ether current, girl.
Oh, sorry. I was distracted by the grumbling of my stomach. Thanks to the Garleans, we've been having trouble maintaining our food stores.
I like their armor.
Custom dictates that any game brought back to the village must be distributed evenly amongst everyone. But there hasn't been much to go around lately. Without fear of harassment from the Garleans, we can finally begin hunting again. But there's still much to do if we're going to replenish our supplies. Any chance you'd be willing to help? If you could bring back, say, 3 Teleoceruses, it would be a great help. You'll find them to the north of here, but don't kill them. We need their meat to be as fresh as possible when it's put away. When you've worn them down enough, you can stuff them into these bags without much of a fight. Now, I know what you're thinking, but trust me, they'll fit. Stay safe out there.
I love when the game acknowledges how stupid it is when you put like a creature into a bag. It's like, yeah, we know it's dumb, just go do it. Shut up, nerd, and just do it. Let's go ahead and grab the quest before we do that. Are there any other notable undead mounts of Warhammer? Yes, Elsif, Elsif, so the Red Duke, his undead steed has a, his nightmare has a name. Oh god, I'm trying to remember what its name is. Oh, I can't remember off the top of my head. Fuck. I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head, but his horse has a name. I think that's the only one. Not a lot of undead characters have mounts, and those that do, they tend to only be special if they're like a platform type thing. If you're talking about like generic mounts, the big ones that we're missing for the undead still, we're missing the Necrolith Bone Dragon for the Tomb Kings. We're missing the Abyssal Terror for the Vampire Counts, which is like a big weird flesh-crafted monstrosity that kind of looks like a big gargoyle. There's also the Coven Throne, which is the alternate version of the Mortis engine, except for instead of it being like a bunch of spirits, it's like spirits carrying a big palanquin throne thing that's got like some sexy vampire ladies on it, and then at the top is where the vampire lord sits, and they have like a big pool of blood, a scrying pool of blood in front of them that they can use to like see the future and direct the battle and like use magic on people. And then of course we're missing the Dread Abyssals, but the Dread Abyssals are coming to the game in the end times, so we are getting the Dread Abyssals. So yeah, the big 3 that we're missing for the undead right now are the Necrolith Bone Dragon, the Abyssal Terror, and the Coven Throne. No.
Ahem. At the risk of sounding hopelessly naive, there may yet be a way to avoid a violent confrontation. In the past, I fear I've been rather too willing to accept that we have no other recourse than to risk our lives, or rather your life, to address these threats. Yet the primals we have faced thus far have demonstrated a variety of temperaments and objectives. Ravana may delight in battle, but Ramu would sooner keep to the forest with his children. Ere we decide to challenge Sri Lakshmi, it would seem wise to learn more of her nature from those who summoned her onto this world. If that is your will, then so be it. To the north you will find our village. Sarisha shall unfold all. We shall leave at once. Monago, can you inform our comrades at the bridge of what has happened? Of course. Be safe, my friends.
I do like that the M tribe all have like fucking like Metal Gear Solid outfits. Except for Miss Septa, she looks more normal. But like all the non-merchants have like tactical battle gear on, which amuses me deeply. Are Tomb King dragons sentient? To an extent, yes. They were the Necrolith bone dragons were honored mounts and were buried carefully with the whoa, it's like a turtle lizard rhino. Interesting creature. The Necrolith bone dragons were actual dragons that were either enslaved or willingly formed partnerships with some of the Tomb Kings and Lich Priests of ancient Nehekara. So it would probably depend on the dragon in question. If the dragon was like a notable ally, and whoops, I wasn't supposed to kill it. My bad. If it was like a notable friend and ally of one of the Tomb Kings or Lich Priests, it probably would have been buried with like all of the honors and preservation techniques that would have likely allowed it to maintain at least a good notable portion of its own, you know, mind. Yep. So in that case, yes, I think the majority of them probably not. I imagine the vast majority of the Necrolith bone dragons are more like traditional Tomb King mounts, where they probably only have enough of their sentience left behind to like perform their battle roles and no more. So like they know how to move, how to respond to orders, how to follow commands. Fate joined bonus? Why is there a bonus? Oh, that's a cool looking big bad. What is the bonus for? That stuns him. Oh geez, I can't. Use the fucking sack! Ugh. Bonus just means more XP. Ah, okay. I probably don't need to do it then. But yes, can Necrolith bone dragons fly? Yes, they can. They can absolutely fly. Because magic. And it's just as fucking terrifying as you think it would probably be. Because if you were a normal guy, you'd see a Necrolith bone dragon and be like, oh, thank God it can't fly because its wings are made out of bone, and all of a sudden it goes, woof, and you're like, ah! And it's a whole fucking thing. Go back! Those bags contain what I think they do? Dinosaur-filled sack. Wow, you really did it! Not that I didn't think you could, mind you. It's just been so long since anyone here has had the guts to contend with those beasts. I'm sure we'll make good use of them. Their meat for rations is a given, but their horns and bones will make good tools, and their hides can make belts and boots. Did you know the Teleoceras isn't even native to these lands? The Garleans use them for carrying freights, but the Suds couldn't keep them under control. Few of them escaped to the wild, started breeding, here we are. I guess you could say it's a blessing in disguise. If they hadn't brought the Teleoceras here, we would have one less source of meat and materials for fashioning our tools. That's cool. Fun little world building there. Alright, where to the northwest there is an actual ether current, so I'm gonna go find that. I hope the Monkey King has Pigsy, like a servant pig beastman from Indus Well. That would be fucking cool. I would love for them to go whole hog on the Journey to the West stuff. Like, just bring in all the weird, crazy shit from the Journey to the West. Which is what they should do. Oh, well, if you guys are gonna fight it, then I want to join in. Fight without me? I see how it is. Oh, he can be stunned. I love when they can be stunned. Because then I just do this. Stun. 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 Can they do linear algebra? Necrolith Bone Dragons? No, sadly I don't think the Tomb Kings would have preserved that particular skill set. Unless like the Tomb Priest or the Tomb King in question needed help with their homework. They can only be stunned 3 times since diminishing returns takes place? Oh, well that's no fun. How dare they think of balance? Nice. Good job, Dean. Alright, where was I? We're heading to the north. Should be pretty close by. There it is. There is something I've been digging for a while now. Liches come up a lot, but are not elaborated on. The cut and dry is that they exist, but I want to know, how are liches made? Whew, liches. Okay, so... Alright, this one actually will take a second. And that's fine. We're not like losing our minds here. So a lich in Warhammer Fantasy is something that exists and was expanded on a bit in the older lore, and then they definitely still exist in the more modern new lore as well, but they definitely receive a lot less attention. So what a lich is when you have a mortal being, normally a human, doesn't necessarily have to be a human, but almost in all cases is a human. When someone achieves such mastery over life and death, and notably death and like undeath, they find a way to functionally preserve themselves in immortality without doing something like becoming a vampire. So a vampire is someone that receives the blood kiss, which is almost like a ritualistic disease that infects the host, and if the host survives the transformation process, they become an immortal vampire where their etheric self is bound within their physical body and is cut off from the ether. A lich is someone that most indications seem to suggest that a lich is someone who, through ritualistic spell casting or some form of potion or alchemical situation, or through certain powerful items, someone finds a way to preserve their etheric self, usually within their body. So it's standardly going to be someone like Nagash or Archon the Black. Archon the Black is a lich. Nagash, for most of his existence, is a lich. A very, very scary one, but a lich. Liches are undead. They are full-on undead. So they are someone whose body has ceased to be alive. They're someone who have gone through the process of dying, but they have bound their soul, which your body is technically part of your soul, but they've bound the entirety of their soul to their body, generally speaking. Now, there might be some small exceptions, like it might be that they bound most of their soul to like an object, because the way Archon became a lich was that he drank Nagash's elixir of immortality, that turned him into a like immortal. So it bound his etheric self to his body, but he's killed later in a battle, and he curses himself as a big display to scare off the Nehekarans, and it burns his body, so all that's left are his burnt bones that are blackened and charred, which is why he's called Archon the Black. And Nagash resurrects him. So Nagash goes to him and revives him. But what's implied is that Archon does not become a lich until Nagash brings him back. So he was a quote-unquote immortal who's killed through violence. And then, but the elixir of immortality seems to have given Archon what vampires have, which is that even though he died, his soul, the rest of his spirit, the rest of his soul, and what makes him up in an etheric sense, did not do what it normally does, which is that when normally a person dies, all the parts of their etheric self that is not just their body floats off into the ether because it's disconnected from the body, and it goes off into the ether where it's absorbed, or it kind of like falls apart, or is devoured by demons or ghosts or other weird etheric entities. But for the most part, like it dissipates into the ether and that person ceases to exist. Archon was like stuck in his corpse, but his body was still dead, so he couldn't do anything until Nagash came and basically woke him back up. Now, to be noted, this is not what happens in the book. In the Black Library books, there's a different storyline with Archon the Black, but it's stupid and I hate it, so I'm not going to acknowledge it because it's terrible. And one day I should probably do a big video where I talk about all the reasons it's terrible and actually doesn't work canonically, but I'm not going to worry about it. So that's the TLDR. A lich is a very, very, very powerful form of undead. They're one of the absolute strongest apex forms of undead. But they are always a wizard who has found a magical means to make themselves truly immortal by binding what basically comprises their soul to the material plane through some means. Most of the ones you will encounter in the setting have probably done so through like a ritual or an elixir that binds you to your physical body, because your body is part of your soul. That's how most of them are going to function, but it's very possible for there to be some that have bound at least parts of themselves into objects. So Nagash is a good example of this. Nagash has bound a significant amount of his essence into his crown. So the crown makes up a notable part of him. So you could have a lich out there who uses something akin to a phylactery, where it is a item they have hidden that has a significant portion of their soul, and because as long as that item is safe, they genuinely cannot die. Not permanently. Like, you might be able to destroy their body, but it will reform. The only way to permanently kill something like a lich would be you would need to track down every single fragment of what they are. So all of the items they've bound to themselves, every single piece of their physical body, and you would need to destroy all of it in a very, very intense, magically destructive fashion. So, like throwing it into a warpstone powered furnace, for instance, or blasting it with like some of the most powerful ritualistic magic from the lore of Light or the lore of Akshi, or performing like a powerful banishment ritual on it. But it would take a lot. And then what was the second thing you asked? So that's what liches are. And there are other ways to deal with them. Like, Heinrich Himmler is called the Lich Master because he has defeated several liches. There was like a little coven. A coven's not the right word. There was like a trio of liches that tried to kill him once, and it was like this whole thing. And Himmler not only defeated them, but he basically bound them. Like, he dominated them through sheer necromantic knowledge and raw power. Which is why he's called the Lich Master, because he basically broke several liches, which is a staggering, obscene feat for a mortal necromancer to pull off. Because Heinrich Himmler is like maybe 200 years old, maybe, like he's not that old, but Himmler is an absolute beast. Like, he's a beatstick. He is one of the scariest living necromancers. Probably the scariest living necromancer. Living is the important part. Like, Heinrich Himmler still has a heartbeat, and his body still mostly functions. Even though he's like a really gross old man. 2. Are there any notable liches outside of Archon, Nagash, and the Lich Lord? Yes. Not a lot of them are named, but there are quite a few other liches in the world. The most, like, there's the ones that Himmler took down, which if you go watch the Heinrich Himmler video I did, where I go into his backstory, it's like a movie. I'm pretty sure I go into detail about that story and know, like, who the liches were, because they had names. But a lot of the time, honestly, the easiest way to put it, if you are dealing with a skeleton or a very, very powerful undead that is also a wizard, but it is not a vampire, then it is probably a lich. That's the easiest way I can put it. If it's undead, if it's a very powerful sorcerer, but it's not a vampire, then it's probably by technical definitions a lich. Like all of the really powerful lich priests, funny enough, the lich priests are not true liches. They're actually a little different because they're still alive. They're not actually undead. So they appear as a lich, and by Nehekaran terminology, they might be a lich. But by, like, the Warhammer World terminology, they are not a lich, which is actually really interesting. Because they're not undead. They are quite alive. Scion, thank you very much for the super chat. I want Himmler to be updated to be more Chaos aligned in Warhammer 3, really play into him being the Chaos Undead faction as a callback to the really old lore and his true loyalties revealed in the end times. Yeah, I suspect that they're gonna do that in the end times update. Because, like, for the end times update, it seems very much to me like the end times is very much gonna circle around, like, the big bads of the end times, which is, like, Chaos, the Skaven, the Undead, and Order. And then, like, technically over here is, like, Destruction with, like, the Ogre Kingdoms and the Greenskins and stuff. But it's mostly, like, which I guess you could kind of count it as almost Skaven adjacent, because the Skaven are also, like, doing all their own crazy random bullshit. But it's like you have Team Chaos, which is, like, all the Monogods, Norska, the Warriors of Chaos, Daniel, so demons and all that stuff, is, like, up here. And then you've got kind of your crazies, which are like your Skaven, Greenskins, Ogre Kingdoms, where they're not, like, really on anybody's side and they just kind of make a mess of shit. Then you've got your Undead, which is your Vampire Counts, Vampire Coast, Tomb Kings, and now the Undead Legions with Nagash. And then your Order, which is everybody else. Literally everybody else. I kind of suspect that's how things are going to kind of be, like, sort of positioned, which if they do that, Himmler should be on Team Chaos. He should be a very unique Team Chaos character, which would be super fucking cool. Sharkman for Vampire Coast in the upcoming End Times DLC would be super dope. That would be super dope, Shomek, I agree. That would be very dope. I am not expecting the Vampire Coast to get much out of the End Times, to be honest. Like, they might get access to some new units, but I don't think they're gonna get anything, like, super crazy that's more for just them. I think there's a very good chance we might see a Vampire Coast update or a DLC in the future, but I don't think it's gonna be in the End Times, because the End Times didn't really have a lot to do with them. So the Lich Priests aren't true Liches, but just have that vibe to them for why they look like that. Well, so the Lich Priests have the shit version of immortality, right? So a Lich Priest has immortal life, but they don't have immortal youth. So they look like their age. So Lich Priests are, like, on average, about 3,000 to 4,000 years old. Some, like, give or take. So, and they don't have the ability or the knowledge on how to preserve youth or how to reverse aging. So all they can do is like exist. So it's, you know, it's a bit of a bad time. What are the chances the end times will get delayed? I don't know. I would like to say I feel like it's a very small chance because I know they've been working on it for a while. It's not like they just started working on the end times. They've been working on the end times for months already. So they waited until much later in the development cycle to announce it. Normally they announce the DLCs much earlier. And then we like very slowly see stuff kind of, especially like Tides of Torment. Tides of Torment, which we didn't know the official name for, but like we knew stuff about the Slaanesh DLC. Like we kind of knew about Tides of Torment, like because they were giving us like these little teases. But I don't think they're gonna do that with the end times as much. I think the end times is more like, here's a chunk, here's a chunk, here's a chunk. But they've been working on it for months. But Tides of Torment also suffered from some very unique problems. Like a lot of what happened with Tides of Torment was that like they finished parts of it and then it went to playtesting, and ultimately the playtesters didn't like it, which I think had to do with some very experimental efforts. So they kind of had to like go back and remake several of the factions to be like, okay, we tried something experimental and it didn't work. I don't think the end times is going to be as difficult for them to stick the landing as Tides of Torment was. So I don't think the scale of the DLC is going to cause delays. I genuinely don't. I think the only thing that would cause delays is if something happened at like CA Sophia or Creative Assembly in Horsham, notably Sophia, because Sophia's doing most of the heavy lifting on the end times. So like as long as nothing weird happens at their studio, and as long as like they don't finish something and then it just doesn't land well, then I think we'll be fine. All right, I'm gonna answer like 2 or 3 more things, and we gotta keep going. I feel like the Omens DLC was the onboarding cycle for Sophia, and then Tides was to a degree quarterback with Sophia, while Sean and some of the others got going on the end times. Yeah, that's a reasonable way to probably look at it. Team Sophia, I think, is going to be doing most of the big stuff for Total War Warhammer 3 going forwards. I think the head studio in Horsham, there are still people in Horsham that are working on the end times. On Warhammer Fantasy. But a lot of the Horsham studio is working on 40K and the historical title. I think that Sophia is probably going to be doing most of like the overall heavy lifting for the end times, at least, and probably Total War going forward. But Sophia also, I think, has a really, really good head on their shoulders. I think it's ideal because they have a lot of really fresh takes. And they have a lot of things they're willing to experiment with. And they're also they're not afraid to get weird with it. And I think that's going to be critical for the game's life going forward, because we don't just need more stuff. They need to keep it fresh, right? And I think in a lot of ways, the Horsham studio had kind of given up on several ideas. Like the Siege rework, dude, Horsham gave up on that. Like they tried. Morton Crest, I'm so sorry I didn't acknowledge it. I saw it and then didn't say it out loud. Thank you so much for the 53 months, dude. I really appreciate that. Thank you. So I think the Horsham studio, there were things they had kind of tried to tinker with and it didn't work, and they were like, all right, like fuck it, we tried. And I feel like sieges were a big one of those. The Sophia team is actually willing to tackle sieges. Like they are willing to get down into the shit pit and try things, and experiment and see if they can make weird shit happen. Now, whether or not they will be successful is anybody's guess, but I hope they are. Speaking of stuff after, I think there's a good chance for End and So in the future. If you look at the stuff CA said about chases, they said there's a chance to change all the time. They said they will open it, and later said they would love it, but not currently. looks like they're really up to something with how much they changed their stance. Listen, it all comes down to as long as the game makes money. That's literally all that matters. All that matters is if the game keeps making money. If people keep buying the DLCs and it's doing well and it's making great money and people want more, then I think they're going to keep making more. If you're like me and you want the Kingdoms of End territory not only opened, but for us to get a playable End faction, then the best thing you can do is not only like buy stuff as it comes out, but like be posting on the forums, be posting on the Games Workshop site, like using Games Workshop's like emails, and like especially if Games Workshop ever puts out a survey, like actually responding to those surveys, like keeping an eye out for those and responding to them and saying like, I really want the old world material to be supported through Total War Warhammer. I want to be able to like play my fantasy stuff and my old world stuff together in the video game, even if I can't do it on tabletop. Like that's really important to me, yada yada yada. Like it's one of those things you have to like be communicating that in public spaces, which is annoying, and I know it's annoying, but it's literally the only way. Which is a whole fucking thing. Anyway, let's get back to the game.
We do not often receive guests. What is the purpose of your visit? Greetings and well met. We are the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. We come seeking Sarissa of the Vera. You are she, are you not? You have petitioned us for aid and succor, and we intend to provide them. But we would first learn more of Sri Lakshmi, that we might better understand the nature of the threat she poses to you. A simple request, and one I shall gladly oblige. In the beginning was Sri Lakshmi. We were created in her image, daughters blessed with her beauty. Her breath became ours, her serenity our solace. There is naught she would not give. 'Twas the Kiana broodmother's desire to bring about her daughter's resurrection, which first called forth Sri Lakshmi from the ether. That being the case, I rather doubt the goddess will be spoiling for a fight. That would depend. The primal's motives will have been colored by the summoner's state of mind, namely that of a grieving mother who had just borne witness to her daughter's murder. Though she apparently craved a miracle, she may also have harbored thoughts of vengeance. Moreover, the Kiana's conception of Sri Lakshmi may differ from that of the Vera. This is true. The Vera and the Kiana do indeed regard the Lady of Bliss in different ways. To the Vera, Sri Lakshmi embodies freedom. She would not suffer her daughters to be bound to another's will. And so we stand with the resistance against the Empire and give our lives for the cause. To the Kiana, however, she embodies transcendental beauty, which they strive to create through their craft. To shape crystal is less an art and more ritual, a sacred duty wherein each tribute is imbued with a fragment of the soul. The Imperials do not interfere with this holy work, and so the Kiana were content to turn inward and ignore our plight. Until reality reasserted itself, and they summoned a primal, a fever dream to soothe their aching hearts. But surely they could see that it won't do any good. The Imperials will still rule these lands. Nothing will change. The Ananta will. The Kiana bade the Vera make pilgrimage to pay proper respects, remember? Those who do not wish to partake of their primal's bliss will be made to do so. Not while we're around, they won't. Though our beliefs are not the same, we are still kin to the Kiana. Will you help them to see reason? Know that I'll kill your god if I have to, maybe even if I don't? Jesus. You can count on us. I gave you like an asshole answer option. Not Dalkarius, he's a good boy. Then we shall. But without you, we may be powerless to stop them. If we do not act quickly, more lives will be lost, more families torn apart, more children made to suffer. Then it's settled. We're going to find that primal and put an end to this. My sister, Vajra, will guide you to Dijanankat, and I shall pray for your success. Well met, scions. I am Vajra, she who shines bright and unbroken. I stand ready. We leave upon your command. This is worse than mine, and it kind of looks ugly, but I'll take it just to look at it. You are ready. You look ready. Dijanankat, there you will find the Kiana's crystals, and Sri Lakshmi. Follow me. Is that an either quest? Either current quest I spy somewhere here. There it is. Prapti. Adventurer, I would ask a favor of you. In recent days, strange men have been stealing prey from our hunting grounds. They appear to be Alamegans, but they do not recognize us as allies. They refuse to listen when we explain they are trespassing. If they were to see another strider in our company, they would not be so quick to fight and flee. They were last spotted to the east of here. Please go and speak with them before anyone comes to harm. Yeah, don't go to the hunting grounds unless you want to be hunted by hot snake ladies. Which, like, if you do, you know, all the power to you. But, where does this go? Oh! Alrighty. Where are these hunting grounds? There we go. That little piece of unexplored map was gonna bother me. Goodness. I guess I'll just follow this river for a second. Oh, that's right. This leads to Rogger's Reach. Okay, interesting. Probably need to teleport back down here. I think once you drop down like that, you can't really go any further. Okay. Back to the Peering Stones. Yeah, honest to goodness, the only way I could see CA not doing the end times, or sorry, the Dogs of War. Like, the only way I could fathom them not doing the Dogs of War is if Games Workshop is planning to put the Dogs of War in the old world, which we hear is the case, and then them being like, oh, well, you can't use it in Total War because that's not an old world game and they're for an old world faction, which hopefully is not the case. This really needs to be the year that I need to start drumming the drums of war about CA allowing stuff to be used. Oh, they're attacking a group? Die, losers.
Please wait if you would listen for just a moment. Ah! Keep that thing away from me! I fear they won't listen to anything I have to say. Would you go after him and explain his people are trespassing? I must tend to my wounds. Got it. Coming out here and attacking the snake mommies? How dare these people? How dare you, sir? You were trying to help that thing, weren't you? What do you want? Dude, you gotta stay out here. They only wanted us to leave their hunting grounds? So they're not savage monsters looking to feast on our innards? I see. Sorry about before. It's not every day you see something like that where I come from. Me and my friends are from a small village in the peaks, you see. With the garlands blocking all the ways in and out of the place, we've never traveled far. Now that they're mostly gone, we thought we'd have a look about. Maybe scavenge for a bit of food. It didn't mean no harm, honest. If it's all the same to you, we'll leave and go look for food somewhere far, far, far away from here. The man didn't want to stay in Snake Mommy Land? No taste. No taste, I say. Scion, thank you so much for the super chat. I really hope Nagash's Borgas Archive will be generic heroes while the Harbingers are monstrous infantry. I would be fine either way. This is not where I want to be. Oh, I learned a new action. Afflatus Misery. Deals unaspected damage to the target and all enemies nearby with a potency of 1240 for the first enemy and 50% left for all remaining. Can only be executed. I got a new damage spell! Let's fucking go! Finally! Oh my god. Bro, I have 4! I have 4 damage spells! It's Blood Lily time, bitches! Oh my god, I can finally do more damage! It's a miracle! Performing actions that consume lilies will also nourish the blood lily. The blood lily will bloom after consuming 3 lilies, allowing the execution of Afflatus Misery. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. What are the chances of us getting Nakaf in the End Times DLC? Pretty much 0, I think. I don't think you'll see Nakaf in the End Times. I think you might see him for a later thing, but you're not gonna see him in the End Times. We know we're getting Wallach. I think there's a chance, I don't think it's a very big chance, but I think there's a chance that we might get, like, Prince Apophis. But I don't think you're gonna see Nakaf. I would love Nakaf, but I don't think we're gonna see him yet. That's a big fucking elephant. I'm going the wrong way. Do you think they'll tweak Kalida's campaign a bit with Neferata being added? Oh yeah. Yeah, I do. There's Propti. Hello. You're returned. Were they willing to listen? Yeah, they left. Men from the peaks. Interesting. We were concerned the M tribe may have coerced them into stealing from our land. My sisters will be relieved to hear this. If these people are desperate enough to venture here for food, perhaps we can help them. A deal of some kind. A share of our food stores in exchange for materials for our gem crafting. Yes, that would be a fair trade. I will need to discuss this with my sisters. The beginning of a fruitful partnership may be at hand. Is it bad that I'm like, I kind of want to ask how y'all breed? Like, I don't see any male snake ladies. How does that... Like, is this like an Amazonian situation? Like, do you capture men, or like only look like, is this like a Gerudo situation, or like what's the deal here? Okay, I'm gonna see if I can sneak off east and find this other ether current real quick, because this is the last one I need of this type. Northeast. I have to go like up, don't I? Because I can't get through here. I need to go uphill. Oh, you know what? It might be better to go the other way, actually. Yeah, it's gonna be better to go through the village and pop out on the other side. Bro, I'm not being, that's not a horny thought. It's just a genuinely interesting thought, because most of the beast tribes we meet, there's like implications of there being male and female, but for this beast tribe, they're like purely one sex. I mean, they could asexually reproduce, so like maybe they just have eggs that are like fertilized through some other means. I don't know, I'm just curious. Okay, this way should take us up. Why would they make two games if one is a relevant setting for a war game? What? What do you mean? Given how many reptiles basically lay clone eggs, it's high probability? Yeah, very possible. Alright.
Djanan Kat. The path leads to an entrance above. Within is an aetherite. You must use it to enter. Understood. Everyone with me.
Oh, the biggest case is Warhammer RPG 5th edition side by side with Old World edition. What if it end is allowed in 5th edition? Oh yeah, I don't fucking know, dude. Trying to understand GW is headache inducing at the best of times. Ooh, I have a hunt quest for you, Mr. Elephant. With suspiciously evil looking red eyes. Okay, so if I use all three of these. Blood! Yes, good! I have a hunt quest for you too. Unfortunate for you Kianans. I actually have a reason to want to like spam out spells now. It's kind of nice. Oh, nice spec lift, lady. It was kind of cool. Yeah, I mean, the thing you have to remember about GW though is I don't think GW really gives a shit about like what the roleplay game is up to versus like what separates Old World from classic fantasy in a sense. I could be wrong. Like I could be 100% wrong. It's just like the GW I know tends to do like very bizarre decisions that feel like they don't make any sense. Like that's unfortunately very normal for them. I need to go 108 to the northeast for the last ether current. So it's probably like up here. There it is. The last ether current by foot. Oh, baby. So now I just need the last quest one. Janan Etherite. Nope. Is this just gonna kick us straight to? Oh, okay. We're just going straight into the cutscene. There she is. Oh, there's the mom too.
Why, mistress? Why does my Anamika slumber still?
No, her daughter's body is resurrected, but not her everything else.
Look thee on her face, supplicant. Thy prayer hath been answered.
She's like, I did what you technically asked.
Flesh sundered hath been made whole. Blood spilt runneth through her veins. Breath stolen filleth her breast.
But she hears not her mother's words, nor sees her mother's face. She is silent and empty.
I'm surprised she's talking back.
Only the vessel may be remade. Not so the flame which flickered within. Her soul hath been scattered to the four winds.
Alice, what are you doing?
Now do you see her promises for what they are?
Alice, have you gone mad?
Alphino, shut the fuck up.
Mayhap I have, but I refuse to stand by and watch yet another tragedy unfold.
Who intrudes upon this sacred ground? Imperials, thirsting for blood!
No! We come not to shed blood, but to save you from the false god who would lead you astray. I understand how you feel. I do. You loved her with all your heart, but when the moment came, you still couldn't save her. The anguish, the anger, I know it only too well. But I also know where this path leads. To embrace a primal is to condemn yourself to an endless cycle of despair. You will never know peace.
It's true.
A worm-eaten heart may find peace and serenity in service, in beauty and grace. This hath ever been my promise. Naught else.
You tempt them with visions of things that can never be and leave them bereft and wanting. No illusion, however sweet, can change the fact that your daughter is gone. Remember her as she was. Do not suffer this piteous shade to tarnish her memory.
Here comes Lise.
For every prayer that primal answers, it'll demand payment in kind. Do you have any idea how many more Ananta will die to feed its hunger for crystals?
They would have thee suffer man's spite and live in fear. Far better to dwell in my beauteous dream than endure so ugly a reality.
This is a very interesting primal.
She's wrong! We hate the Empire as much as you, if you just listen!
Poor, misguided children. I would spare you the torments of this cruel and misshapen world. Come, bask in my radiance. Let it fill your hearts and free you from your burdens.
I was gonna say, I'm surprised she hasn't done the thing. Yeah, this trick. Oh, look out! Yeah, she's trying to temper them. Ooh, block, 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 block. Good shit. Yeah, she got him.
Abide in misery then, fools. The Ananta are more deserving of my blessing.
Oh, this is a scary fucking primal.
Leave these lands and my dreamers be. I will not warn you a second time.
Y'all know we gotta kill this bitch, right? Man, dude, that's genuinely, like, probably one of the most dangerous primals we've come across yet. I know it was stupid and foolish, but I had to try, Dalkarius. I had to. You would have succeeded. Alice, I genuinely think you had them until she tempered them. But, like, tempering is ugly. I had to try, and I failed. So if you have to fight, there is no other way. Never stop trying. It means a lot to hear you say that. It does. It doesn't make it any easier to have to ask you to face that thing. We can do that which we can but do that which is within our power. Lise, Alphino, and I will go and seize their crystal stores. This will not happen again. And you, when it is finished, we will be waiting for you. Emanation now accessible. All right. I think so. We have a choice here. It's pretty much bedtime. So we could leave on a pretty good cliffhanger. And then when we do the next Final Fantasy IV stream, we can you know, have the stream start with a big boss fight, which is super fun. But if y'all are like, no, God, no, do it. Because the thing is, I don't think many of our buds are online. No, we don't have a ton of buddies online. So it may be better to call it a night and wait for more pals. And I could actually put this one on the schedule. So instead of me just like showing up and streaming, I think it would be good to end here, and I will put this on the schedule. So it'll be like, show up at this time in advance so y'all don't miss it. So if you're like, but I really want to watch the fight, I will put it on the schedule. How about we do it? Hold on, let me check my calendar right now. How about we do this on... Let's see. Okay, how about we do this stream on Wednesday. Well, would y'all rather us do it like Tuesday morning or Wednesday? So like Tuesday morning would be like, we would start like 7 hours from now on Tuesday, or we could do Wednesday. Does anyone have, are there any preferences among the audience? Because y'all are the people that show up for these streams. So I'm going to be much more inclined to kowtow to y'all's schedules. Tuesday? Do it Tuesday? Yeah, so like 10 a.m. CST on Tuesday. Because the only thing I've got going on Tuesday was that I was thinking of buying some Spirit Forge pre-orders, which goes live at like 11, but I don't think I'm gonna have enough money to actually do that for like all the other stuff I'm going on. I should make a Throne account. I love card game stuff, but I should try and like seduce y'all into buying me cards. Scion, do you have a preference between like 7 hours from now on Tuesday or like sometime on Wednesday? We can't do Monday because more than likely we're streaming with Miwa tomorrow. And I don't want to do Monday evening because I'd like to start my Malagor challenge campaign. Perhaps. But it'll depend if we're playing with Miwa or not tomorrow. I forgot to ask her. The Heritis, hello! Sorry, Heritris. You're from YouTube? Well, hello! What is CST? Central Standard Time. Sorry. Central Standard Time. So, like, where I live. Is it fine if I ask questions in the Total War stream? You can always ask questions, dude. I'm Lore Master of Sotek. The whole point is for y'all to come and, like, chat about lore and, like, learn things about Warhammer and all that stuff. GMT -6, thank you. Wait, is it GMT -6 or is it GMT -13? Oh, it's -13 for you. Okay, I was like, I don't... Okay. Tuesday works. Okay, cool. I'm putting it on my calendar right now. That way I don't forget. And I'll see if I can make like a fancy thumbnail and everything. Okay, so Tuesday the 13th at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time, we will do a Final Fantasy stream. All right, it's on the schedule. I'm trying really fucking hard to keep my schedule consistent. Because I need to put out. Oh, Hawk. Are you in a position to potentially make a schedule? Because I actually have this week's schedule if we wanted to do that. But in any event, we are okay. So this is the perfect stopping point for tonight because that means next stream we'll get to start and we'll have a little bit of chat and then we'll get into the big fuck you boss fight. And it's gonna be a good time. Should be a lot of fun. Great, awesome, cool. Real quick, okay, so after stream I'm gonna talk to Hawk real quick about getting this week's schedule done. And we'll put that out. We'll put it out tonight, and then I'll repost it tomorrow as well. Because I actually have the schedule in mind. Cool beans. Yeah, this week's gonna be a little crazy because they're doing the Lord of the Rings extended edition in theaters, and I'm gonna go watch it with my sister. But we have a bunch of cool shit this week. Okay, so all right, cool beans. I'm actually gonna message before I forget. I'm gonna message Miwa right fucking now. To see if See if she is awake. I doubt it, but I don't know what time it is in Hong Kong right now. All right. Anywho, I'm gonna get out of here. Iceman or person, yes, good, great. See that? I'll deal with that in a moment. Thank you all for joining. We got some stuff done. Obviously, not as much main story. Oh no, there's Miwa. Okay, yes. Okay, cool. Okay, coolsies. Cool. All right. So, great, cool, awesome, lovely. We're gonna call it a night there. I'm gonna go ahead and go to my outro screen. And I'll send y'all off on some raids or whatever to whoever the fuck happens to be up at this obscene hour. I will be back later in about 7-ish hours to play some Total War with Miwa. We'll be continuing our co-op campaign, or maybe starting a new one, I'm not sure, but we'll figure it out then. So we'll just, do some nice Total War then. Should be a good time. But, yeah, hope you all have a lovely night. I appreciate y'all taking the time to join me, and I'm looking forward to fighting this boss on Tuesdays. We get back to playing Final Fantasy on a regular schedule. So thank you all so much for watching. Have a lovely evening. I appreciate each and every one of y'all so much. I really, really appreciate y'all that show up for the Final Fantasy streams, because I know this isn't the normal thing. This isn't the Warhammer guy do Warhammer thing stream. This is just me indulging in a game I really enjoy. And I will deeply, deeply always appreciate those of y'all that show up for these, because it's just a nice time to chat with y'all, and I cannot express my thanks that y'all love to hang out with me during this, because I know it's not the most popular thing I do by any stretch of the imagination. So love you all. Please have a lovely evening. Hi from the Philippines. Well, hello from Tejas. I have a lot of friends from the Philippines. I have tons of friends from the Philippines. And the nice thing is we got our weeklies, or not, well, actually, no, we didn't get our weekly done, but we got our dailies done. But we'll have to do our weeklies next time. So please take care. Have a lovely evening, and I'll see you guys in like 7 hours. Okay. Bye.